meeting, an ordinary meeting of the Queenstown Lakes District Council here in Wanaka on the 26th of June 2025. You may notice I'm a thorn between two roses today. To my right, I have acting CE Megan Miller. Our current CE is on holiday. Right, moving on. Apologies. All here today. No apologies. Any leaves of absence?
Yes. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of July.
Any more?
Oh, 1st of July.
Okay. I move that the leaves of absent requests be approved. Do I have a seconder? All those in favour? Aye. Motion carried. Declarations of conflict of interest. Are there any declarations?
Yes.
Yes.
Item 7, the community fund allocation, which I've read all the way through the hearing process, but also item 4.
Mel?
Item 1, fees and charges.
Okay.
Second part of item 4. There are conflict. Is that right?
It's now 4A.
4A.
Yeah.
Reason for conflict on a district licensing commissioner, and that applicant is going through a licensing process at the moment.
Big.
Agenda item 9, the event funding round for all of those organisations' employment. So I step back during deliberations and I'll step back here this afternoon.
Yeah. Thank you. Just now, what I'll do, I'll split the vote, so staying on that. Rightio. I move that the don't have to do that one. Brilliant. Matters lying on the table. There are no matters lying on the table. Special announcements. No special announcements. Public forum. We have 3 today. First up, Pierre.
Mr. Chair, just point you indicate everyone maybe keep their voices up. The sound in here is not.
Oh yes,
it's quite hard to hear sometimes in the back rows, even over here.
Yeah, I'll just make that point. The acoustics here aren't the best, and for those online, it can be a bit hard to hear. So clear the throat, Pierre, and away you go.
Kia ora koutou katoa. If I always prefer to bring optimistic news to these meetings, we still need to report on reality, and reality is pretty bad. May was again the 2nd warmest May on record, and anyone who has ever looked at the Copernicus temperature charts that we share with you every month will have noticed that temperature rise has accelerated since 2023. The reason for this acceleration is, ironically, that better environmental regulations have reduced the amount of aerosols in the atmosphere. These toxic particles, which are killing millions every year, are also shading the planet and slowing down its warming. This made climate scientists underestimate the carbon sensitivity of the planet. Officially, the IPCC, which is always quite a few years behind the reality of the climate crisis, still supports that for a doubling of CO2 content in the atmosphere, the planet will heat by 3 degrees. This afforded them the fanciful position that we had until 2050 to limit the planet temperature to 1.5 degrees above pre-industrial average. The reality is that a doubling of CO2 in the atmosphere will cause 4.5 degrees of warming, and that we are already pretty much at 1.5 degrees, as you can see on Copernicus every month. We are also on track to reach 2 degrees by 2045, and this of course aligns with the risk assessment from the British Institute and Faculty of Actuaries, which predicts 2 billion deaths and a 25% drop in global GDP by 2050. One thing that the 2018 1.5 degree report from the IPCC got right though was to mention that past 1.5 degree of warming, we would start to reach tipping points. and that we would start to lose control of the situation because of the emergence of warming feedback loops. And this is already happening today. Last year's unprecedented forest fires caused by higher temperatures and drier conditions have created a surge in deforestation while driving a record leap in atmospheric CO2 levels. Forests are burning because it is warmer, and in doing so, they make the planet even warmer. This is what a feedback loop is. So not only forests are needed to support life and biodiversity on the planet, and they are now increasingly burning out of control, but the emissions of these fires are on the brink of making us completely lose control of the situation. Now, as always, there would be no point in me standing in front of you to tell you that we are doomed, but the situation is grim. There are glitters of hope. For example, the new draft climate action plan is far better than the previous ones. But we are in an emergency. This term isn't an exaggeration, and if we have all the solutions we need, we all need to embrace them with urgency, or we will lose control of the situation if we haven't already. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up, Jeff. Yeah. Ready? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Koenig. I'm the chair of the Guardians of Lake Hawea. Here to talk about Contact Energy's fast track application to increase operating range of Lake Hawea. They're claiming it's for security of supply. Security of supply argument we consider to be scaremongering, to use a word, used to overemphasize the benefits of this proposal and encourage the public to adopt a view that the benefits of the proposal outweigh the costs. The costs are borne only by the community and the environment, by the way. They have no infrastructure to build. Some of you have seen a paper that we've put together outlining our reasoning behind this statement. Those of you that haven't seen that, I'll make sure you see it soon. Our point is we don't need to compromise our lake and the community access to aquifer water in the interest of security of supply. What can QLDC do to help us with this problem? QLDC's, we understand that QLDC can make a statement when there is the application, the substantive application goes through. And this statement is supposed to be technical advice, and this will be asked by from councillors. QLDC doesn't need to wait until there's evidence provided by Contact for this advice. There are some self-evident truths associated with the proposal. For example, substantial degradation of outstanding natural landscape, that would be pretty obvious. Dust storms, increase in dust would affect both rural and urban areas. Mortality of all animal and plant life that live in the areas to be exposed. And this could be an area of up to 25 square kilometres, so massive. There's also very clear evidence that the Hawea Basin aquifer could be affected, and this would affect drinking water of both town and Hawea Flat. None of these adverse effects can be mitigated to any significant degree. However, Contact have said in their initial proposal, overall, it is considered the adverse effects of the project can be appropriately managed and mitigated. We wholeheartedly disagree. The substantive application, when that comes out, if it comes out, Section 53 of the Fast Track Approvals Act specifies who the approvals panel must invite for comments. This includes local authorities. That doesn't preclude other people, but it should also be noted that the owners of the land to which the substantive application relates and the land adjacent to that land, so that could be the community. However, what is regarded as adjacent land will be determined by the panel on the facts in the context of each substantive application. This is where your statement becomes very valuable. I urge you to convey this message in your statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Jonathan.
Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Holmes speaking on behalf of Electrify Wanaka. Thank you, Mayor, councillors, council staff for the opportunity to speak with you today about our insights and feedback on the current district plan rules and regulations governing the installation of rooftop and ground solar across the district, especially in areas of outstanding natural beauty that require resource consent. We're going to recommend a review and update of the current district plan rules and regulations to better facilitate the uptake of solar PV for households and farms, including provisions of best practice regulations from overseas to positively require the installation of solar PV. We're also recommending the council develop a set of guidelines for the installation of ground mount solar in rural zones, as the council has done for rooftop solar within residential zones. Hence, we seek your support today for council staff to undertake this work. Our feedback to you today is based on our own review of the rules and regulations, discussions with a duty planner at the council, and with farmers at the Wanaka A&P show. More detailed feedback has been communicated in a letter sent to Mike Thielen, Chief Executive, and Dave Wallace, Planning and Development General Manager, also in a presentation to the Wanaka Community Board. An updated district plan that not just permits but encourages greater growth of renewable energy generation in the district would, 1, better align the district plan with the stated goals within the regional deal proposal approved by the council to grow renewable energy generation in the district, and 2, cut the cost of living for residents, cost of operations for our businesses and this council, and reduce the associated carbon emissions, the use of energy in the district. In short, the current district plan is reaching the end of its 10-year term, and a lot has changed in that time. The solar panels themselves have become more aesthetically pleasing in accordance with council guidelines for residential solar. Black framed panels are required to be mounted on dark coloured roofs. The technology is considerably cheaper and therefore a more viable option for many households and businesses to install, and the community is now much more familiar with the technology, seeing it installed on their own and neighbouring properties, and the council has many years' experience overseeing the growth of renewable energy, but critically, where and when resource consent is most critically required. Thus, an updated set of rules should now be considered as simply more is known about both the role of solar PV to cut emissions and costs, what they look like, and align the resource consenting and processes more optimally. Within the last 9+ years of experience, there will be common themes where and when resource consent has been applied for and granted. For example, in areas of natural beauty, we have many, resource consent is required for rooftop solar. Given the landscape has already been modified by the construction of a building, resource consent will have likely been approved in many situations where the impacts of adding panels to such roofs are assessed as minimal. Could the installation of rooftop solar within such landscapes simply become a permitted activity and the guidelines updated accordingly, thereby reducing the cost for the ratepayer to install rooftop solar and reduce workload for the planning team at the council? More crudely, if there is a building there already, can rooftop solar be installed without requiring resource consent as a required activity? Moving to the rural zones and the farming community, who came up to myself and Pierre at the Wanaka A&P show to provide feedback on installing solar on their properties, could the installation of rooftop solar on farming buildings, again within the areas of outstanding natural beauty, be similarly undertaken without council resource consent and also considered as a permitted activity? Could ground-mounted solar systems that are not considered solar farms, in quotes, be installed in rural zones with applicable council developed guidelines, such as those permitted as a permitted activity? In a similar way, installation of a pivot arm irrigator is permitted as accepted activity for farming. A review of the district plan could... Okay, basically, think KiwiSaver, you're enrolled unless you opt out. Could the council actually target certain areas and require the installation of rooftop solar or solar on carports or on car parks? Just before I finish, any questions, I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank Bill Nichol, Resilience and Climate Action Manager, for arranging for the printing of amended rewiring Aotearoa designed electric homes report leaflets that show the cost and environmental benefits to all households and businesses. Once printed, we at Electrify Wanaka will hand deliver these across households and businesses in Wanaka, Lugga, Howea and Howea Flat. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you today. We hope you actively encourage and support council staff to review and update the district plan.
Thank you.
Moving on, confirmation of the agenda. The agenda be confirmed with the addition of a further item to follow item 4, entitled Application to Operate 9 Class 4 Gaming Machines and a TAB. The reason the item was not on the published agenda being that the application was received after the agenda closed, and the reason that the item cannot be delayed for future meeting is that the statutory deadline for a decision on the application is 16 July 2025, which is before the date of the next ordinary meeting. I move for confirmation of the agenda of the added item. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Lisa. All those in favour? Aye. Motion carried. Confirmation of public minutes of the public part of the ordinary meeting of council held on 29 May 2025. Minutes, councillors? No. Thanks, Kevin. I move that the minutes of the public part of the ordinary meeting of the Queenstown Lakes District Council held on 29 May 2025 be confirmed as a true and correct record. Seconded. Thank you, Barry. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? None. Motion carried. Item 1, adoption of the annual plan 2025/6, page 25 of the papers. Take it away, Catherine.
So just to remind everybody who's sitting beside me here, so we've got Caleb. Well, hopefully you know them all. Okay, great. So just a couple of things I'd like to point out. Obviously, we've been on a bit of a journey for this annual plan. And if you look at page 12 in your attachment in the annual plan, there's a nice little circular diagram. So your journey started with a strategic framework. And then you moved into the LTP and you consulted on 10 years, 30 years of infrastructure. And then now we've come to the second year of that LTP and we've refreshed it for things that we now know. And what we found in December and then in February was there was a lot of cost adjustments that we needed to account for. So there was infrastructure maintenance. There was in NZTA subsidies that we didn't achieve. There was electricity increases, appreciation. We got a little bit more dividend. There was professional fees that we kind of looked at more of an 18-month view to view, do we need that amount of budget? We adjusted the interest rates, which had dropped. We looked at fees and charges to try and mitigate what goes on to the ratepayer. And we looked at our development contributions. So all of those, we managed to adjust our budget back down to what was in the long-term plan for this year. The other thing I'd like to just draw your attention to is that page 58. We have some benchmarks, and pleasing to note that we're meeting all those benchmarks. The other thing I'd like to draw attention to is on page 25. There's a table there right at the top of the page with capital values. So obviously we've just recently revalued the region, district. And I just wanted to point out, we talk about visitors and how they pay for their services, and just doing a rough calculation. It's 13.8% of capital values relate to accommodation. And that's how we use differential rating to target visitors at the moment. Obviously, if there was some other mechanism, such a visitor levy or some other mechanism, then we would need to look at how we shift that burden from accommodation providers. And yeah, and the other point to note in that table is that 54% of rates is collected from residential. Yeah, so that was kind of the points that I wanted to raise, and also just to note that the whole of the organisation have been working on this annual plan as well as yourselves, and trying to find those savings, trying to make sure that this is an appropriate document for the next. So I could list all the names, but I'll probably miss somebody out. But certainly these two have can answer any questions as well that you have. And then,
Questions, councillors?
Yeah, look, I've got some issue with the statement in there again around the CPI increases, saying that we, looking at, I'm repeating myself, but I just want to throw it out there again. When we consulted on the long-term plan, we didn't say we were going to be increasing user fees in line with CPI, and we have a revenue and financing policy which says that we are going to distribute costs based on percentage of the stated, right? Users pay a certain amount, GMR pays a certain amount. So I don't understand why we are doing both. So there's a paragraph in here at point 14 that says that the income for 2025-26 was reviewed in line with revenue and funding policy targets for user pays versus rate pay percentages, which is what we always done until the CPI came in. And as a result, officers adopted a different approach for increasing fees in 5 areas, and they're listed in our developments, also rec, parking, Wanakee or lending fees and dog registration. And presumably those were where we weren't collecting enough from the users and we had to bump it up. My concern is that we've gone through that process of assessing everything anyway. Why are we still bumping everything else up in line with CPI when I imagine there's a few areas that haven't just landed bang on? There are some that are going to be collecting too much, and that concerns me. And I'm just trying to understand how you, sorry, there is a question. How you, why are we, I guess start with, why are we doing that review and changing it for some, but not changing it for the areas where we're collecting too much? And why are we not reporting on that?
So my understanding at a surface level on that was that those 5 areas that indicated would not have returned enough of an increase to be meeting the targets of the policy by adjusting by CPI. So that is the reason for those 5 being indicated there as having their own different.
So what you're saying then is every other area, the fees were bang on the right percentage. But I just don't think that's likely. I think what's likely is that we're collecting too much and user pays. Well, I did ask a question, but it was answered for the ones that are
If we
here.
expect the officer's answer. then-
I'm asking for the officer to answer how many of the areas were we collecting too much in? Why is that not reported?
Your table very closely. I mean, this is second year of the LTP. So to go through 2,000 lines of fees and individually work out what that fee should be. So there is a simplicity, I guess, in doing this way. Also, you know, bearing in mind that most of our services have staff rated costs, and we know that staff rated costs.
I'm sorry, but I would like an answer to my question, because it says here that you've reviewed everything in line with the review of policy targets for user pays. Did you only review for certain areas where you knew or you thought you weren't collecting enough? How did you, it just doesn't seem straight up and down, like.
It's at a higher level, it's not at each line written.
So you've targeted areas for the review and you've not done it for other areas.
No, so there's each activity is reviewed against the revenue and financing policy. Yeah, and so some activities were well below the target. So this was the way of getting them closer to that target.
So there are still some where we're collecting more than the percentage in the revenue and funding policy.
Maybe 0.2%, very close. Yeah.
If you could
Any
report
further
the next time.
questions?
Yeah, just you did make the comment about development contributions, and obviously you've reviewed them in the context of existing policies and expenditure. Where are we at with a broader review of the government contribution structure, and obviously the changes in government legislation.
Yeah, that could be an option for the next annual plan, so we'll know some more information about being included. But yeah, we would have to consult with the community, so.
Yeah, that could be up there. So is that on track to be included in the next cycle for the annual plan and long-term plan?
Definitely a long-term plan, required every 3 years to review it. Yeah, so it's just whether we have enough information to then consult on it. for next.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for your work on this. This might be perceived as a dumb question, so I'll ask it. An informing campaign this time around. So do you think that's affected the so-called lower level of community feedback this time around?
I can take that one. I mean, I think we applied the exact same process as we have previously applied to the LTP process. So arguably the LTP process, I think we attracted 939 comments, submissions. Same process was run for the annual plan. Look, there are different ways of trying to understand why we had a limited response to that. But I think given that we were very clear that we were asking for feedback, not consulting, because we were happy to rely on a process that had taken place just a matter of months before. I personally would not read into this that we haven't engaged our community. I would probably be more inclined to read into it that the community had been engaged and weren't terribly interested in an annual plan that was basically just a reiteration of the LTP process. So we did look at that, Ferg, and want to understand it and ask some questions, but we effectively did a full engagement campaign. The difference was that it wasn't a formal submission process.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Just relating back to the commercial rates, there is a tourism promotion component in there. Has that been increased or is that fixed?
Is it growth element? It's 2.2. Yeah, based on growth.
Thank you.
Couple of things. So it's going to further on to the fees and charges part of it. There was a change with the dangerous dog and some dog classifications. So just to confirm that the annual plan document includes those revised charges. Yes. As they were agreed at the hearing panel for the fees and charges. The other thing was just to note, I guess, that the hearing panel minutes never actually came back to the hearing panel to confirm, but from what I see, the recording of the hearing panel's decision in this document is as I report. I don't know whether any of the other hearing panel members have any for that, but so just to confirm that in the absence of it having been disapproved by the panel separately. And then the other question was, when does this get published? If it's approved today, does it go out tomorrow or on the 1st of July? Follow-up question is there's probably maybe a couple of little minor edits that I might have, but it's probably better to send those separately.
If you've seen those through to Taylor, really appreciate it. Effectively, this will go live today.
Right. Yeah. I'll get it through daily.
Thank you. Excuse me, my question is also about the tourism promotion rate. Really Arrowtown. I've had some questions from the community around the increase in businesses within the ward and whether that enables an uplift in funding because of the number of businesses. And the explanation, I think, is that the pie stays the same, but the split is They pay less. So some of the call is how do they increase their funding when there has been this increase in volume and therefore increase in work. And they're also asking that because they've been listed as a separate promotion rate, while very appreciative of DQ and the umbrella structure of this, is the opportunity for Arrowtown to display their logos in equal weighting on documents between where we have a DQ logo and a Wanaka logo. Are we also able to have an Arrowtown prominence that recognises the what it has? So one, can they increase the pie? And two, can they put their logo on stuff?
I can jump on the pie one because I was a board member of DQ when we asked for an increase in the pie DQ. Council requires 75% resolution members to become council, 75%. So
where would that process sit?
That would sit with the Arrowtown Promotions Board. They would need to get to request from them a 75% resolution from the at an AGM.
And then they would come back into the next LTP process.
So the logos.
I guess but noted, and Peter Harris is here. I guess we can take that on board. I can't really answer that though, but noted. Thank you.
Further questions? The resolutions before you. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Matt. Seconder. Thank you, Barry. Open discussion.
Thanks. This is a tricky one because staff are following the long-term plan and the annual plan is in line with that. So I'm sort of stuck in this position where I believe that we have consistent rate increases that are just unaffordable for many people in the community, anyone on a low income. As potentially asset rich, but we don't want to be driving people out of the district. And my concern is that through the LTP process we didn't do a line by line of operational expenses. We continue to not have that information in front of us. There's a paper further down in the agenda around events funding, and that sort of gives some insight into the different budget lines within that area. That I don't recall us approving. We don't go into that level of detail, and those operational expenses have such an impact on rates. Some of them we can't help, some of them we can. And I just think as a matter of principle, I need to take a bit of a stand and say until we improve our processes and allow councillors in the community to see not just the capital budget lines, but the operational budget lines, I can't approve these things. This has to be done, and it's the fault of us as governance. And I think also staff needed to empower us to have that level of oversight, given the size of the rates increases. So yes, where I'm going on this one, but I will keep an open mind depending on what other people say. Just a point too, I was going to ask it as a question, but I forgot. Just around the long-term plan processes, like we're going to be starting that again really soon. The next annual plan is the end, it's the tail end of the LTP, that obviously. And we're already obviously looking at the next LTP. And we discussed at the end of the last process, the improvements that we will be making. The way we'd be looking at things like, and I'm just going to give an example about the infrastructure strategy requires that we look at what are the big issues for our district. We consider those after we develop the infrastructure strategy. Something that Auckland does, I've mentioned this before, well they did it last time, was they had interim decisions, and there was an interim decision of the council made in public on what those big issues were, and then it follows on. And I think, look, that's just an example, but I think there's a really big piece that I think our business improvement team was going to do, looking at where are all the potential intermediate decisions, which ones of those should be in public, how many workshops, and working with the councillors to understand what they want out of the process, and just highlighting, I won't be here, but I think there needs to be time to dig into those operational budgets and have more visibility within different project areas, so that we can kill some things if we want to, because these rate increases are getting. So
maybe I'll ask the
Hello?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. The annual plan, we don't sign off on it. We don't have any money to operate after next week. So it's pretty important that it comes through as the second year of the LTP. I do take on board a little bit the comment about the operation. I remember in previous council, we used to own into this in quite a big way. I know you've got to make some significant operational changes to have big impact on rates, but it is something we do need to keep in mind. And yeah, none of us like to sign off on it. We knew it was coming. We had it in the LTP, a 13.5 average rates increase. And that's why I think, as we go into the other later items on this agenda, in particular, we've got to look at doing things differently. We can't, like the old thing, carry on doing the same thing, you get the same outcome. We can't carry on having 13.5% increases burden on our ratepayers. So just as a message as we go forward into our next few items, that we need to look at doing things differently. Thank you.
Thank you for your work on the annual plan. I suppose for me, look, 13.5% is still really uncomfortable, but it remains what it was, same as the LTP. We obviously agreed as full council not to consult formally. I didn't agree with that approach just because I felt that we should maintain the same approach. I understand that given that we haven't really made any changes, I'm comfortable with where that's landed. And I also thank you for the user fees componentry that you put in, because I think it does decrease the burden on the general ratepayer, and it actually creates more equity. It may not be perfect, but I think it's better than it was. And I think that we've acted probably more prudently this time around than in some previous years. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I just did on that point as though that I didn't agree with not consulting on it, but that's we'll move on from there and we're at.
All good. Any further comments? Just before you put it to the vote, I just want to say thank you. I know we've had some external cost pressures come through in the last 6 months, mainly NZTA co-funding reduced down, absorbed all those costs and still kept the target that we wanted to meet under the LTP. Just on the OPEX alone, I disagree with Councillor Gladden. We know that 25% of our OPEX or your rates is depreciation, so actually maintaining the assets we have. 10% of your rates is just to cover interest repayments. 85% of our OPEX activity are on core services of building, consents, resource planning, transport, wastewater, water supply, stormwater, and waste management. This idea that we're frivolous in the spending is completely and utterly erroneous. We're spending, like you just said, 85% on those core services. It leaves very little for libraries, local democracy, and actually providing some social service out into the community. And even now, when we're spending 25% of our costs on depreciation, we all know that we actually haven't hit the target for depreciation. That has to rise even further. So it's even going to be a bigger burden on the ratepayers just to maintain the assets we have. So look, it's a very tight rope we're actually walking here, and I appreciate the efforts the financial team have done to get the books in order that we can actually see a way forward and actually maintaining the infrastructure that we do here. So with that, I just want to thank you all and thank you for the annual plan. You seem to be on a merry-go-round at the moment. It was only, September last year we finished the LTP, and here we are in the end of June doing the annual plan. With that, Matt, you moved it. Do you want to close off, or do you want me to put it straight to the vote? With that, I'll put it to the vote. I'll split the vote. Sorry. So we'll do 1 and 3 to 6 first.
I don't want to do 4 either.
Okay, so 1, 3, 5, then 6. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against. And 2 and 4. All those in favour. Aye. Against. 1 abstained. Motion carried. Thank you, team.
Thank you.
2, I think, if you staying put. Just you, okay. Item 2, setting of the rates. Take it away.
Okay, so this obviously flows on, so this is a new, earlier timeframe that we are setting the rates this year. Normally we've done it in September. And, but we've been able to use our systems and processes to change the order, so that it flows straight on after the annual trend. And we'll be able to get the rates demands out earlier to everybody so that they can plan and pay those rates. Just to point out that if you look at our financial statements, the revenue from rates, whether it's targeted or general rates, accounts for 51% of our revenue. So we have gone to all avenues to try and find revenue, through grants, through developers, through user pays, just basically trying to find as much revenue as we can so that what is left is what is rated. So if we can find some extra sources of revenue, we will do that. And just to also point out, if you look at the table report around median values, I just picked out, say, a residential property in Queenstown, having a 13.2 rate increase. That's $570 for the year, which is $1.56 per day. And if you were to take an equivalent in Wanaka residential property, 18.7% rate increase, that's $815 for the year, which is $2.23 per day.
Good. Questions, councillors? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Can you explain at a high level why Wanaka's median residential increase is higher than other parts of the district?
So part of the component is obviously the capital values have been revalued. So therefore you've got
saying that Wanaka's increased in value greater than the rest of the district.
So that's indicated. But also there's targeted rates. So the rates that are for rec, sport and rec is targeted onto Wanaka. So this is the overarching.
And I understand that. I was just trying to say, if a resident of Wanaka was going to ask, what are the capital projects that have specifically, been greater than average across the district, given that many of the big capital projects are doing in Queenstown, to be fair. So is this in anticipation of, for instance, the Hawea or the Upper Clutha conveyancing scheme, which is a big free waters project?
It's the largest infrastructure
Project, yeah.
by money done. So
Yeah.
It's larger than anything.
Is that what's driving? Is that project influencing this specific rates increase?
Partly, because as we were talking before, it's depreciation and the interest. So that's a component of it. But yeah, it's the targeted nature of some of our rates.
Yeah, so that, if we can point to that nominal $80 million project as being happening within the rating period, is that one of the key drivers as a scheme-based investment?
This is more based on current year expenses.
Well, that's what I was trying to work out. What are the current year expenses what are the current year capital expenses that have driven that increase?
So what's planned for this year, creating depreciation, increases the cost. Yeah. And then share of the pie. Wanaka's gone up, CV's gone up on other areas, then you get a bigger share.
Which I think that's shown on page 24 5 of the annual plan. It's about the capital value movements.
And, yeah, I'll wrap the debate on that.
Yeah.
I can't remember where I read this, it was in the annual report somewhere else, but so we usually set rates in September, we're setting them now. Can you please remind me when we used to set them, when the rates were due, because I think I remember and I can't find where I read it, that those dates are changing and they're coming forward. Can you just go through what the old dates were and what the new dates are? Is this actually going to impact when people pay?
Yeah, so they were kind of random dates.
And it was even worse last year.
Yeah, and then they could be a bit delayed and
So I guess let's look at what a standard year was and what we're moving to help people understand, because I think that's gonna.
Yeah, I think it's the first date was always, the rates were set September. I think the first date was the next month, October. And then it was spread out evenly across the year after that. This year, the first date will be August, so it'll be slightly earlier, but then it's a regular 3-month increase.
The 20th
on
of
the 20th.
20th.
So it helps council match its cash flow.
Yeah, so I understand why it helps council, I guess, what the people that aren't going to expense this is going to be potentially an $800 bill that's 2 months earlier.
Yes,
but
it's in the regular cycle, so it's every 3 months they expect.
They don't know about it.
So we do get a lot of feedback from owners of houses, residents, who obviously deal with other councils.
Yeah.
And say how odd it is that the date moves around and they can't keep track of when they've got to pay, and so it's about giving that certainty of when it's due. If people are struggling to, yes, with this transition, we can do a payment plan, so we can delay that the time until that catches up.
And how would people either apply for that, or if they have concerns about making those payments, what would be the process for them to go through?
Have rates notice, we'll have all the information.
Okay.
Contact.
And then a follow-up question, with obviously people can also pay by direct debit, which helps solve this problem. Did we get any further with any more advanced? We were looking at options of other ways that people could set up payments that they could control it a little bit more themselves rather than just the direct debit. People were paying quarterly. Are we any further along that process?
We are taking weekly, fortnightly, and monthly direct debits.
Yeah.
Victoria Harper, in charge of our financial services.
Absolutely. We've had a really big uptake in our weekly and fortnightly direct debit. So that was obviously a gap for our ratepayers, to be able to help manage their cash flow. In terms of other technologies, yes, we have been investigating softwares that are really customer focused. However, they need to mesh with our current software. We're in a migration process, moving from old Tech One to new cloud Tech One, and that's going to open up opportunities as well. So it's definitely on the drawing board, but it's just about progress. Direct debit customers are about 65% of our ratepayer base, so it's definitely something that we're trying to manage. It definitely helps people with their own cash flow. Yeah. Thank you.
Questions? Just got one. Sorry, goes in the game.
Just confirming the Queensland CBD transport rate, that is for the street upgrades.
The growth component, you've assumed 3.5%, a reduction in rates by 3.5% due to growth in rateable units in the annual plan. Here I was reading 0.5, 3.3%. That 0.2 is we just absorbed that to keep 13.
So the modelling is based on the 3.3.
3.2. Thank you. There's no further questions. I'll move. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Matt. Discussion. There's no discussion. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? None. Motion carried. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 3, Queenstown Airport Corporation Statement of Intent.
It is me. Thank you very much. I just would like to note and welcome the chair of QAC, Simon Clark. Thank you for coming, and the executive, Sarah Edmond, who are here just in support of the site. We have been through a slightly revised public process, I guess, wherein we had a public workshop and we had a open conversation with the QAC about the draft SOI. Your worship then sent a letter to the QAC with some feedback. I've worked through that feedback with the executive. It's been highlighted in your revised SOI. There was one further addition that the QAC volunteered, which I thought was good to highlight, which is their KPI around reduced organisational carbon emissions, which is to achieve level 5 in the Global Airport Carbon Accreditation ACA program. Other than that, I'm happy to take the report as read.
Questions?
Is there any chance
we haven't set aside standing orders, but if you have any questions I can't deal with, then it's up to his worship if he wants to.
I mean, we're probably quite emotional. I just, there's a couple of things that would be useful to hear from the
See your questions first.
those other questions. So, so look, just there are a few areas when we had the workshop that we and look, they've been highlighted as changes that have been made. It's just the way the changes have been made, and I'm just very careful in this process because it's a legal document, statutory document, that we get the wording right so that it delivers what we intended. So look, there's just a couple of things, and I'd be interested to hear that you've got comments on whether these are issues for them or not. So page 9.
Line of this side.
Yeah, I think it's line of the SOI, sorry. It's a little intended, so I was recognised in my mind somewhere else. So anyway, look, one of the issues was that QAC, it's stated in there that QAC recognises the important role of general aviation in the region's history and future, and will continue to work with general aviation operators to enable a safe, sustainable environment for all aviation activity at Queenstown Airport. And there's nothing wrong with that, except that when we talked about it in the workshop, at least because I raised it. Yeah, well, I'm just giving you the context.
No, just
when I raised it, the intention was that we would be maintaining the level of landings and so on for GA, that it's not going to be diminished.
Can we have a question, please? That's the last one I'll ask, or else I'll move on.
The statement that's there. So would you change it, the statement, and this is why I need to, suspend standing orders and potentially ask the airport. If you're not going to allow that, if you're going to be obstinate, then there's no point carrying on.
Okay, well, carry on. Do we have any further questions? Thank you, Esther.
Just give me a second. So, got 2 questions. So, I just wanted to ask about the KPI around public transport. So, we put in the letter from the mayor around having a KPI on public transport, and I just wondered if the airport representatives could potentially just speak to the KPI and how that will look, because the wording I felt was still quite generalised, and so I just wanted a bit of confirmation on what that KPI might look like around.
What page?
Page 83, I think. Oh, so no, that's the letter. Hang on, I'll go back to the page. See if I can quickly find it. So the airport.
Their POs are on 32 and 33, but the
31.
targets are on
Page
34.
31 of the testimony. All right.
I guess I would just point to the letter which was agreed, where we asked for some commentary in relation to QAC's intent in terms of innovation and encouraging the use of public transport options and how the key performance indicator will be met. And you feel that that KPI that's in the SOI doesn't respond to that request?
I think it's definitely in the right direction, but I just wondered if we could have any commentary from airport representatives about what that might look like.
Is that integral to you agreeing the SOI today, or is that a conversation you'd be comfortable?
I'm happy to take it offline.
Okay.
That's
Thank you.
that's good. Okay. Just deciding whether to ask this or not. Sorry. It's fine. I'll leave that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll take your lead as to whether you need to suspend standing orders or not. So my question, I have two questions that relate to the Northern Land. The first one is the reference to Northern Land development, and I suppose, you know, it's clear that the QAC see a commercial opportunity for the development of that land, and I suppose trying to reconcile the strategic needs in the Frankton Flats. Firstly, for the purpose for which it is zoned, which is industrial land, and secondly, for the you know, it has been highlighted in our options report for project shot over disposal that airport land could be used for either deep bore disposal or subsurface. Well, the question is, does the SOI and the relationship reflected there provide for those two conflicts? Well, the potential uses, I should say.
Thank you. And just for everyone listening, the reference to Northern Land was one of our requirements. And they have put a whole small but new section in there, but I think the key thing there is that QAC will undertake timely consultation with QLDC on the option, scope and proposed development of the land prior to any development commencing. So I think that is a pretty strongly worded commitment to actually engaging in a conversation about the future use of the land.
Okay, and
in fairness to zoning, obviously we're going through special zone plan changes at the moment, which will be the second tranche after this at the moment.
And so is this general industrial, or is it Frankton or Frankton Flats special zone or something? The implication is there that there's a fair bit of commercial feasibility already being done. Are we engaging with the airport early enough on the use of that land, or are we travelling in different directions?
Well, they're talking about doing detailed market analysis that's ongoing. So I'm sure that the airport who are in the room have heard this concern and will take on board that what you're looking for early.
Yeah. And at risk of not asking a question, but signalling that I would encourage early engagement on that matter.
And there's a nod.
Yes, and equally the suggestion, is the airport open-minded to the use of airport land for the disposal of project shot over treated wastewater?
Obviously they can't answer to that today, and that would be a separate. I would suggest a separate negotiation, but we'd have to take.
Well,
that.
Except that we can't be conclusive on it, but I think we could signal that we're open-minded to it.
Well, the first step is to understanding if that is actually the agreed direction.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well, and I do want to congratulate this. You know, I've been through whatever 8 of these now. I do think this is probably the best version of the SOI that we've seen in that time. So, you know, progress is progress.
I got a chance to congratulate them during discussion.
But I didn't take the opportunity.
Okay. Go again, Matt, sorry. Getting you two mixed up today for some reason.
This is a question which may or may not get answered, but the airport is entering an era of quite high capital investment, and just wondering what the assumptions were on the dividend payouts, QLDC.
Well, the assumptions there are on page 27 of the SOI. Don't you worry, we'll keep a good check on that.
I was
make
hoping
sure
to
that-
hear it from the horse's mouth.
My own meetings with them, obviously I have them every quarter, and that is a standing item of discussion. But we'll keep it
First
there.
item.
I think I would also add that we have agreed a reporting framework through into Audit Risk and Finance Committee, and I believe the first report under that framework is coming through in the meeting at the start of July. So that will be an opportunity for the Audit Risk and Finance Committee to actually ask questions regarding the dividend.
Thanks for your input, Tim.
Lisa?
Thank you. Yeah, my question's around the people portion, and just acknowledging that we're going through quite a culture shift in leadership, both the board and within the airport. I'd like to know what whether we may be able to include some reporting and feedback loops around the onboarding of the new CEO, and I think there's some community apprehension that we could address with clear comms around induction and ensuring that our new leadership teams are still really embedded locally and understanding that part. I just think we're all a little nervous around the change of direction, so would really appreciate in that feedback loop that we keep reporting regularly around how we're going to proactively close the loop. Thank you, Councillor Collins.
I think that's noted and
yeah, what can we do to keep that reporting back to us?
noted, and I think obviously your expectation will be that you know, we've got a really good schedule of interactions between the QAC and QLDC. So I would certainly envisage that they would want to have their new chief executive meeting with the council and actively participating in those sessions, and that would be a great opportunity to have further discussions about that.
Yeah. I think that what also, how will our community find that out around building that relationship with that new human face, both within the board and within the operational team.
Yes, and I guess if he takes any leaf from his predecessor, he will actively go and engage with the community. But again, I'm sure the board has heard the QAC has heard this comment and noted.
No further questions. I have a mover. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Barry. Discussion? No.
Yeah, just through the chair, thank you. My comment is that I support the SOI. I feel that it's got that continued level of community and councillor oversight over it. Runs alongside the shareholder expectations, in my opinion, and also the rules and regulations that go with it. Thank you.
I missed who's. Oh, Barrister. Jumped us.
Okay, thank you. So I would also like to compliment the executive leadership team and the board of QAC. I think that over the years we've done a much better job. I think our governance has been better, and I think the leadership that we've seen from your end has been amazing. There are some offline things that I think we still need to work on that aren't for today. The noise management plan is something that our community is really interested in, and the new CEO will be well aware of that. The district plan allows for the designations under Chapter 37, but I think there's one point in the NMP, the noise management plan, that says noise will increase as air traffic increases over time out to 2037. So I just want that to be a point at which we understand as a community what that looks like beyond 2037. It doesn't mean that that anything is designed to change around that. It might be that continues. So I'm well aware that the executive leadership team is across this, and just want to really reinstate that please communicate well on that one. Thank you.
Yeah. Nikki?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, look, thanks for this. It's a very professional, document, and there's lots of good things about it. Look, what I was going to raise in questions and what I would have liked to talk to you about and had some feedback on are 3 points that we raised in the workshop discussion, in which we feedback, which have come back, and the way they've been inserted doesn't give me certainty that how I think we discussed these things is going to be the outcome. It may be, but it may be not, and words are important in this document. So look, I just want to outline them, just to be really clear about why I'm not comfortable approving, and it would have been great to have feedback from the airport, given that they're in the room. Anyway, not your fault. So yeah, look, in the relationships with shareholders, we've got a list of meetings. So how often we're meeting, or different parts of the organisation are meeting with QAC. It says twice a year, the QLDC will meet with the AFRC on the master plan and investment program. Look, I was on the AFRC and I remember discussing this and remember how it was talked about. It was very clear that we wanted to have engagement with the airport before the gateway decisions were made. And look, there's a paragraph in the SOI that talks about talking to the stakeholders at the gateway points, but it's just not clear to me who that will be and whether it will be the chief executive or whether it will be the AFRC or whether it will be the full council. And I just think we need some clarity on that, because the AFRC certainly expected
I can give some clarity on that.
look, it's not questions, and this is what I was trying to ask when the mayor sort of shut down my questioning. Look, the next point was just around general aviation. Personally, I have an expectation that general aviation will not be shrunk away, and I think we needed to have some statement in there, given the competing airspace issues and so on. The statement in here doesn't make that commitment. The statement in here just sort of commits to working with and sustainability, which could have been reducing the number of GA landings. And I just wanted some certainty on that, and that certainty hasn't been provided despite the discussion in the workshop. And look, the final thing was around the Northern Development Land. It's good that there's a statement in there that acknowledges that, we will be spoken to. But when we sent back the letter after viewing the draft, the mayor sent back the letter, and it said, underlined, so part of it was underlined, consider amending the wording to state that QAC will undertake timely consultation on the options. And that was underlined. What we've got written in here, and it may not be intentional, is that we will be consulted prior to any development commencing, and that's a very different thing to consulting us on the options, which is what I would expect and what we discussed at the workshop. So because those 3 things are still uncertain, and I think they're really important, I'm struggling to agree. There's also, look, it goes beyond that. There's also the fact that just the master plan development, I struggle with. In saying all of those things, it's largely a good document, but fundamental things wrong with it for me to agree.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as I said, I think we're on a good track. I've already reflected that I think the Northern land is a really important conversation, and don't underestimate, and I'll take Nikki's point about the options. We need to understand not just what you plan to do with it, but what are the options for that land are. And the same applies to the QAC land surrounding Wanaka Airport, the QAC owned land around, which I know is subject to that planning process we're going through. And my only other comment is that, while things are tracking pretty well at the moment, we've had a good period under, and I want to acknowledge Glenn in leaving the organisation recently. I think he's done a fantastic job in the period of time that he was there. I want to acknowledge that. I the pressure is coming on, will come on and is coming on rapidly, so we need to get on the front foot, and that we're also overdue for getting the board and the councillors together. That might be, obviously, we're election coming up or whatever, but we have a number of new board members, and we've obviously got a new chief executive coming on board, and it's been a while and overdue for that, so that needs to be done at an appropriate opportunity.
Yes, from the first iteration of the SOI that I looked at when I joined council to now, it's definitely on the right track, and I do want to acknowledge Glenn Salary, and I think this is the month he's left. He's probably on a yacht by now. But he has done an amazing job at connecting with the community and bringing the organisation to where it is today. I'm very much looking forward to the new CEO taking us forward. You are entering a period of some significant potential investment, and I look forward to meeting some of the new board members and engaging at another level, maybe before my term's up. So thanks very much for your input and contribution today.
Thank you, Matt. And with that, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3. Aye. Against? Motion carried. Item 4, voting machines. John.
Do you want me to?
Not.
So yes, we've got 2 applications today, and I've learned a lot reading these papers. But my understanding is that we actually haven't had new applications like this since 2016. We had one in 2017, but it was withdrawn, and we've had 2 a month. So big learning curve for us all. And yes, so Sian will just give you the specifics.
So just want to address a correction within the report at paragraph 26, which would be page 98 in your agenda items. At the second sentence there, it discusses this is because option 2, which should be option 1. However, it may stay as option 2, depending on your decision today. I also would like to address an email which was received this morning by all councillors from one of the owners of the premises regarding the proximity of the venue to the casino building. I just would like to remind council to consider the evidence that's there, and then the policy itself, and in terms of the objectives within that policy. And the policy objectives are all outlined within the report at paragraph 9 on page 87. I'm not going to read those out here. I'd also just like to probably note for your information that by declining territorial authority consent for these types of applications, we'll have that application with the Department of Internal Affairs declined in totality, essentially. So without territorial authority consent, the DIA can't process that licence application. So that is kind of one of the key elements that is in this application with the DIA. Happy to take you on comments or questions.
Questions, councillors? Matt, I'm going to let you know now.
I'm just wanting to clarify as the crow flies and where that terminology has been used and interpreted within our policy. Does it actually sit within our policy, that term?
No, it doesn't. The policy itself, it talks about any new venues not to be located within 50 metres of an existing gambling venue. So it's quite open to interpretation. So whether that is within walking distance, whether that is using a straight line in our GIS mapping system, which I have done, or if that's driving a car, for example. So that's yeah, that's kind of where our issue lies in terms of this application, essentially.
I guess the next question is, what exposure to risk do we potentially put ourselves in by interpreting it that way?
We can't answer that question, but what it has done is certainly flagged an issue that we seriously need to address within policy for the next review in terms of clarifying things, not just this matter, there's a few other items that significantly clarified going forward so that we do not end up in this very tight situation again.
Yeah, look, really quick question on the how you measured it, just for a start. I'm just interested because it's 50 metres. It's not, you know, it's landed bang on. It's not 0.1, it's not 0.2, it's not 0.3, it's 50 metres. So how does that get measured?
So within the GIS mapping system, we've got the ability to fix a measurement. So that fixed measurement was 50 metres based on the information and policy. So that's where we've ended up with a couple of distances. So one was taken from the edge of the building, and one was taken from the eave of the
I
building.
guess my question is around the accuracy of the GIS and turning out two measures of exactly 50 metres, not 49.5 or, you know, 50.1, but 50 metres. That just seemed interesting to me.
No, only because it was used, the fixed measurement of 50 metres was used from a different starting point.
Right, so again, the accuracy issue is there because we've taken it from the picture and it's, I'm just, we don't have
was verified with the GIS team.
Anyway, I'll move on. Next question is just around, because you clearly pointed out that there's a risk if we get this wrong in the policy and have suggested that we need to review all the evidence. So that's why I'm asking the question, just around what is a venue, because I went back into the Act and just had a look at how they define casino venue, because you've got the word venue and you've got the word place, right? And you mentioned that in the report. And with the casino venue in relation to a licensed casino, which is, we're not talking about casino there, but anyway, means the area constituting the casino in the venue license, in the casino venue license, and it includes any building or room in which games are conducted at play. And I guess my thing is, I'm not familiar with Smart City Casino, but I've got no evidence in front of me as to the layout of the building, because you're not just measuring from, you're not just looking at the, you know, the Ballarat, you're looking at Smart City Casino as well. So have we got any evidence on, someone explain to me who's been in the casino where the gaming takes place in there?
So essentially, on the Cal Lane side of the building is the restaurant component.
Right.
And running along the Cal Lane wall of the building is part of the restaurant, then there's some toilets.
Are there, I'll be really specific, are there any gaming machines at the point at which you measured that 50 metres to?
No, and that's what I was just getting to, is that on the other side of the toilets and the restaurant component, that is where the gaming room starts. So there would be potentially, say, 4 or 5 metres of toilet space from the wall to the gaming floor.
So then even on your methodology, it could be 54 metres between one gambling area and the next.
That's if you take it from the
The license.
gambling room to the room,
Well, this is, I
or
guess,
the building to the
question.
building.
Yeah,
based
this is
on-
actually, I suppose that's the question, isn't it? Because it's the venue and what is the venue, and so not only is there some, I'll save that for later. I think that's my question.
Now, then I'll go to the floor.
So you actually answered one of my questions. So the last new application was 2016. Have we ever declined anyone based on distance before?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And when was the 50-metre rule put into the bylaw, do you know?
As far as I'm aware, this has been in the policy since it was created in 2011.
Oh, this is a policy, not a bylaw.
Yeah.
Anyway, policy. And so the policy objectives though are to limit the opportunities. And I was on the latest hearings that did this. And the idea is to limit possibilities. So from my point of view, the circle around the venue is the correct and 50 metres radius. A 50-metre radius is how I view that, and I know obviously it's like two patients, so I agree with how you.
What?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sort of carrying on the theme of this 50 metre, and when you start talking about venue and place in the definitions under the Act, a practical person will most probably think the measurement is actually from one place to another place. The question is, if it was 52 metres, would you still be recommending based on the other objectives? Basically, the one if you had evidence to show the harm that it should be declined. Or I'll be basing this recommendation solely on the 48 metres.
Again, I think we have to pull it back to the other intentions within the policy, and the harm consideration is quite a large component of that as well. I know that's probably not answering your question, but
Well, I've got another one coming, that's where you can answer. No, seriously, because it's on harm then, do we have evidence of the harm that is produced by the current machines in the centre of Queenstown? Not talking nationally or anything else, do we have evidence of harm to the Queenstown community from the current ECMs?
so when we undertook the policy review last year, and completed that last year, we did have some information provided regarding the harm within the community being relatively low comparative to other towns in the country. That's not to say we don't have harm, but it is low.
Okay. Next question is, you mentioned 2004. I just know looking at the other venues in our district, we've got, if you had a venue with a TAB on its own and ECMs, do the TAB and the ECMs have to be 50 metres apart? So if they just applied for a TAB and not ECMs, maybe this is not totally relevant, but I'm just trying to understand, because we've got Lake Bar's got a TAB and Water Bar's got ECMs, now well within 50 metres. Are we getting it?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand the consistency.
Yeah. I think in terms of these venues, you're looking at venues that have had long established operating machines that were in place before this policy was created. I mean, this policy was created as a result of the legislation change.
Yeah. Last question is, what is the appeal process for this? If it's approved, declined, for example, affirmative, like getting declined, what are the appeal options for the applicant? Are there any?
I'm not too sure on the DIA process side of things. However, as I mentioned at the start, and have had confirmed from the DIA that without territorial authority consent, the application will fail in its fullness. They will not be able to provide a licence to the operators.
Okay, so I guess, yeah, a judicial review is, could be possible. I guess,
Potentially based on the comments in the email.
based on the legal side. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are you aware of any other policies around the country that use or have used the crows? Thank you. The crow flies pathway for measurement. Like, I guess what I'm trying to understand is what are other councils doing and those that have updated their policies. I'm sure this has been an issue in other jurisdictions, I imagine.
I haven't had a look at any other council's policies. I do understand from information that I've been given that 100 metres is another measure. How that is measured, I'm not sure. Some of the information that was provided in the email this morning indicated from the footpath, I think it was, or along the footpath. That could mean that if a business established across the road, they could, based on that kind of information and policy. In terms of the crow flies, that's based on terminology that we've used in alcohol reports in terms of showing distances that way rather than walking distance. It's difficult to show walking distance on a Google map through an arcade that Google doesn't know exists, essentially. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just got one question to address Councillor Cox's question. Does someone robbing from his friends to feed a gambling addiction constitute harm? Does somebody robbing from his friends and flatmates in Queenstown to feed a gambling addiction constitute harm? And does somebody robbing from a business within Queenstown constitute harm?
I think, to be fair, those are questions that you need to grapple with as
Well,
elected members.
the point, my point being is that both those things have occurred within Queenstown, and they, in my view, they do constitute harm. So it was an inadvertent way of answering Councillor Cox's question.
Just follow up, Sean. What's the definition of harm in the act? This is one. Probably the first curious one. Got an excited helper behind you. Helps.
Harm has the meaning set out in section 4 of the GA.
So under the Gambling Act 2003, harm means A, a distress of any kind arisen from, caused or exacerbated by a person's gambling, and B, includes personal, social or economic harm suffered, A, by a person, or B, by a person's spouse, civil union partner, de facto partner, family, whānau or the wider community, or 3, in the workplace, or 4, in society at large.
Thank you, and that's self-explanatory.
I've just got a few, so thank you for raising point 9 of the bullet points there. It's interesting, the second one, control and manage the growth. So we're not actually excluding growth of gambling machines under that statement. Yeah. How do we, interested, how would you, then the next one, restrict the locations. Sorry, I haven't read the policy. Do we have a limit, or how does the policy restrict the locations?
So we're looking at within 4.1 of the policy. You're looking at, again, 50 metres adjacent to any school, childhood centres, kindies, preschools, places of worship or community facilities. So from that component.
Okay, I understand. So it's not actually a hard and fast number of, let's say, gaming venues or places, or I'm not going to get into that argument. It's actually more about the spatial location with respect to other activities.
Well, just ask a clarification. Under the policy, if we don't have absolute clarity either way. Is it possible that if council were mindful to approve this, could it then be that the DIA would be the final decision maker? And would they automatically approve it or potentially not approve it?
Yes, you're correct. The DIA does have final decision-making powers on this. And yes, it would be entirely up to them as to whether they would approve it. With the territorial authority consent, they would be more inclined to approve it than not.
And is a closed assessment, like it doesn't go out to the public?
No.
Yeah.
That's more the DIA.
Yeah.
When you advise them as to this decision, do you have the opportunity to weight that in any way as to the views of the elected members perhaps around harm?
That could certainly be addressed in the letter, the confirmation of the decision letter that does go to the applicants. And that would be worded in such a way to sort of reiterate policy objectives through that medium for sure.
I'm just wondering where I'm headed with this, if that is a potential avenue that would set aside the risk of judicial review on QLDC. But that's as far as I'm going to take it.
Just noting that the applicant, as far as ballot, may also operate Franklin. Have we got any evidence around the operation of that venue? Has there been any harm or challenges around the Franklin Arm Tavern? I'm just aware that both are kind of family dining environments, and the Franklin Arm Tavern has that very clearly defined space. I'm assuming the same within Ballarat, but just looking at past operation, has there ever been anything flagged there around gaming conflicts with family entertainment areas?
Not that I'm aware of. In terms of the layout, from the main bar area, it's walled off essentially, and there's only two sort of entry points at either end of it. No, Franklin Arm Tavern. Essentially, if you didn't know it was there, you wouldn't know, unless you went to the bathrooms and you would see a small portion of the room as you walked past it. But as far as I'm aware, there hasn't been anything brought to our attention in terms of
from the operation of that venue. There's been no thoughts or challenges to operating gaming at the back.
Not that we've been made aware of, and that wasn't specifically raised with policy review either.
No further questions? Right. Resolutions 1 and 2 are before us. Right there. We'll move. Do I have a second? Quentin, I'll open it up for discussion.
Right. So a few things. Firstly, just commenting on some of the comments that maybe we started. If we do approve this and it goes down, we can't sit down and pick and choose which councillor comments should go through or all of things. I agree with your point that it needs to be some sort of mention policy, but no more. You can't go beyond that because that would be wrong. We're actually making a decision one way or another. Look, the other thing is that I just want to say up front that we agree to the policy. This is not about our personal feelings about gambling. We have a policy in front of us and we have to make that decision in line with our policy. That's really important. So personally, I can't stand gambling and I don't buy lotto tickets. I was also on the panel last time, so I understand the policy, but you know, this is the law and people respond to the policy that we have in place and make their applications. So I think we need to be fair to the applicant on this one. I think there is a lot to be interpreted from our policy. I don't think it's clear where we intended those measurements to be from, for a start, where the crow flies were walking, but I also think there's some issue around what is the venue. So what point 10 are you measuring to? I struggle with the measuring to the doors of Stratton House. Stratton House is not the casino. To get to the casino, you walk around and upstairs, and even if you're measuring to the outside of the building where the casino is, if there's a restaurant there and toilets and you've got some meters to go, that's part of the evidence we have to consider here. And I think we also need to look at the accuracy of those GIS measurements as well. There's a lot of, I guess, ammunition that somebody who wanted to challenge this decision has in front of them to use. And we don't need to go to court over things that we don't need to go to court over. This would be a JR over what, a centimetre or something, even if we were measuring to the right points. So there's some real issues there. I also just want to speak to the point about limiting gambling. And I'm going to read out what the email said. So this was from Blair MP, the applicant, or representative of the applicant. You specifically as councillors reviewed the policy in October 2024 and agreed to enable opportunities for more gambling. Other councils have put sinking lids or caps on the number of gambling establishments. You were presented with that concept, but decided not to, and I'll go back to that after. The policy was published and therefore the policy was set. The policy is pointless, futile, if an applicant complies with all areas of the policy, including proximity, as I've suggested, to then use the argument that by enabling additional gambling in town, it is against the purpose of the policy. It's clear the purpose of the policy is to allow additional gambling as long as the appropriate controls and measures are in place as per the policy. And he's saying they've demonstrated that. I'm going to read out the analogy too. An analogy would be that the law states you have to be 18 years old to drink alcohol, and it has a purpose to help minimise harm from alcohol. Then when you turn 18, you turn up at a bar and the lawmakers tell you you can't drink because the intention of the law is to minimise harm from alcohol. Meanwhile, you've done everything else to comply. So I think there's a real point to be made there. We, when we considered the policy last time, it went out for consultation. And it wasn't included in there that we were considering whether we, add a cap or a sinking lid policy to the policy. So when we had one of the health organisations submit and they said, look, you need to have a sinking lid, we had to say, well, look, it was out of scope. We can't even consider it as a hearing panel. Staff did not want us clearly to consider adding a sinking lid or a cap to the number of venues. So I guess my concluding comments are, while I do not like gambling, while I hate gambling harm, we have a policy in place and we need to respect that policy and the people who are working with that policy in the community.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think we're on dodgy ground on this one. When I read it place to place, if you start measuring distance, if it's 452 metres, if you're recommending approval, door to door, 52 from place to place. I think we're leaving ourselves, based on the policy and some of the comments that most managers said, I think we are definitely leaving ourselves open for a challenge on this one. The other thing is the harm side of it. I hear what Councillor Smith was mentioning. I know from my experience with licensing, evidence is more than just perception. And if the person stole from their employee and you show that was to pay for their gambling at the down at Franklin or in the casino, yeah. If it's to maybe fund his gambling when he's sitting home at night on his computer, then, but if you haven't got evidence of that, it's very hard to bring the harm one into it. The other thing about it is we haven't got any other ECMs in Queenstown apart from the casino. We've got two more options over here in Wanaka. If people choose to go and gamble, for our community, we actually get a return on that through grants to the community. I'm not saying whether gambling is good or bad, but what I'm saying is someone's sitting in the room at night gambling on their computer with the community is not getting anything of that, maybe some harm from the person doing it. So I can't support finding this based on what's being presented. Interested in what we do for them.
Thank you. So my sentiments are exactly the same. I think the lack of accuracy means that the the openness for interpretation is too wide. I understand the sentiment of what we're trying to achieve here, but basically at the moment, whether it's door to door or as the crow flies, is just too wide open. I actually wanted to table this so that we could get the policy right, but we can't really do that given the time frame. So having a 50-metre distance, I believe is fine. Don't have an issue with that, but how we measure it needs to be clear. And I think the applicant has met all of the criteria. So for me, I can't on the recommendation.
Lisa.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm probably looking at the overall pointers under 4.1 for location and also 4.3 for other considerations. And I know that we've been talking about 50 metres from an existing gambling venue. My thoughts are that our CBD is also a residential area. There's apartment living and occupancy through most of our CBD, and I'm sure if we looked hard enough, we'd find apartments within 50 metres of that location. And I'm also looking, and it was discussed in some of our conversation, in meeting around the activity, the venue not being associated with family or children's activities, and this as a children's venue in the food and beverage offering. So I get it that it's hard when we're looking at is it the crow flies or is it this measurement, or but back to those original principles of going, how are we managing increasing harm within our community? I can understand why everybody's stuck within the fine lines of this. I feel if we really wanted to hold true to those principles and we did a bit more digging, we would probably find residences within the 50 metres, but I don't know what constitutes a residential area.
Well,
Yeah, you got the final one. Yeah, it's interesting. Apartments in the CPD, they can't go to a gambling venue with an ECN, but they can sit in their apartments and play online gambling quite easily. And the proliferation of online gambling is much larger and much more insidious than actual in-place gambling. Yeah, the whole 50-metre rule does need clarification. I think we're all aware of that. I won't talk about accuracy of the GIS or where you take from the front door to the next door. How about if there was a gambling place at the bottom of the Beacon Street steps and then another one at the top? Let's say they're only 40 metres apart. There's a 30-metre height difference. So likewise, it's 50 metres. So crow flies would suggest 40 metres, but it's actually 50 metres. So I think we really need to look at that. See, you'll spot me. I've just gone 3, 4, 5 triangle on you. But anyway, so I do think we need to sort that one out. And it's for me, it's too unclear and too open to interpretation. And to decline it just based on those inaccuracies in itself. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that. I'm not going to talk to the moral implications of gambling. I'm just looking at the policy in itself. So that's where I stand. Yeah.
Yeah, when I look at the policy, I think that we have to go back to the purpose, which is to limit the opportunities for gambling. And that's why there is a 50-metre rule. How that is interpreted is obviously open, or it seems to be open for interpretation. I do agree that it's a circle round whoever's there first, and it needs to be outside that 50-metre boundary. When you also look at the objectives are to control and manage the growth of gambling. So I disagree with the comment that we are enabling growth or promoting growth of this. I think the policy is the opposite of that. It is to also restrict the locations of gambling, and that is by a 50-metre distance, which is what we have applied. The other part of the objectives that I want to point out is ensure that QLDC and the community have influence over the delivery and location of new gambling venues in the district. So I do think that we do have the ability to do this.
Sorry, I'm just working out process here, sorry. Now that Mel's finished, I have to put it to the vote. So just to be clear, you have moved to note the report and to decline the application. So that is what we're voting on. All those in favour, say aye. Get those right up, please. Against?
I'm abstaining.
You're abstaining. Motion declined. Now this is the bit where I just need help from the governance team to find out what's going forward. Double checking standing orders on this one. So while the officers go away and just work out standing orders, I'll just adjourn for the next 5 minutes and we can have a break. There we go. Yes. Yes. Yes.
So not yet.
Yes.
Be able to team. We'll re-adjourn. Okay, just bring to attention standing order 22.9, where a motion is lost. So I'll just read it out for clarity. In a situation where a motion that recommends a course of action is lost, a new motion with the consent of the chairperson may be proposed to provide direction. So, for the councillors, you can put a new motion, my seat, let's say, or I can do it myself. So, I'll open up the floor.
To be clear, yeah, and to be clear, the new motion could be resolution 2, changing the word decline to approve.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
So, councillor Ladding, are you happy to put a new motion, number 2, change the word decline to approve?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, consent of myself, just for belts and braces. Well, consent of myself, so I'll second it. There you go. Do we need to have discussion again, or should we put it to the vote? Okay. Yeah, we'll go for it.
Oh, look, I mean, just to say, it gives me no pleasure to approve again. It's lawful, and we have to get our heads around this. We have policies, we have to follow the law, we have to do the right thing in that space, and I think that's what this is. It's fair. So, but look, it would be really helpful to relook next time we do that policy, because when we reviewed that policy quite recently, if there had been the ability to put a cap or a sinking lid on the number of machines, I would have done it at that point in time. We didn't have the opportunity to do it. And this is a fair application, and I think approving it is fair given the policy. So
okay, with that, I'll put it to the vote.
Oh, you know, let us back.
Well, Nikki's moved it and she's.
Oh,
Right, okay. Right, go for it.
You know, I just want to reiterate the sinking lid, 100%, when we reviewed that policy, there was a notion to put the sinking lid because it hadn't gone out for consultation, we weren't able to put it in, so that was 100% the intent of that was going, and there was a note to look at that the next time we do it. So there is definitely the intent to be there.
Not just a quick comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, and look, well, I'm sure the decision will, by the way, it is, I'll continue to oppose it, but the Queenstown and Wanaka shouldn't be known for the drugs, which it's got the top of the list today, the, you know, gambling and stuff like that. It's known for adventure tourism, nature and things like that. We want to, and we don't want to become a Las Vegas. So I support the principle that we make sure that policies are doing what they need to do, and maybe we need to do another review.
No.
Sorry.
Sorry, I mean, look, this is kind of redundant. It's kind of been said, but I just feel the need to say it as well. It does feel really uncomfortable approving this when that wasn't the intent today, to be honest. But I think it just outlines why we've got to get our policy right in the first place, and let us use this as a learning moment, because we're essentially voting on something against what we want to do because our policy doesn't protect us.
Vic, you wanna? You've got
I don't think it needs some.
Okay. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, say aye. Against? It's reverse when you're abstaining. Okay, thank you. Motion carried. Just when you thought we'd that one, we've got another one. So we're going to be experts by the end of this, councillors. 4A or 5, depending on how you want to word this one. Application to operate 9 Class 4 gaming machines in this town.
Yeah, I'm sitting back from the table.
Thank you.
And I'm not.
Take it away.
Firstly, I just want to say thank you very much for accepting this item so late in the piece. We do have statutory obligations in terms of timeframes to meet with these applications under the Gambling Act, and that's 30 working days. Hence why this has been brought to the meeting today, for you to consider. Hopefully this one is a little more clear cut in comparison to the last one in terms of the location to the church and the community facility is established within the church and used by the community as well. Happy to take any questions on this application as well.
Questions, councillors?
If we remove the, as the crow flies terminology, what would the measure be? Would it be exactly the same as what you've got in the report?
One of the attachments that I have provided, which is a map here, provides building to building measurement, which is 45.1 metres. There is also building to boundary measurement, which is 26.9 metres. There is the front door of the venue to the building, which is 56.2 metres. Or there is the front door to the boundary measurement, which is 38.2 metres.
How many metres is it to the Ballarat?
That is provided in the report, just bear with me. Yes, approximately 58 metres to the rear of that premises. That is as the crow flies. However, yeah, it would be longer walking through the alleyways and arcades.
The definition of where you take those measurements from is a little bit of room for movement in that, but would you agree that with a church or place of worship and a community facility that's provided in St. Peter's, it's more than just the buildings, it's the precinct as a whole. So as soon as you are on that property, you are basically on a facility of a place of worship, church, and facility. So on that basis, if you agree with that, you would, which measurement would you then use of those ones you just mentioned?
The boundary.
Door to the end.
Yes.
A really detailed one. So let's say you took it from the door and you walked around to the closest point on the boundary. I mean, it looks to me like it would be less than 50.
I think based on the measurement there, you'd sort of be looking at roughly 40 odd metres.
Yeah.
I'm happy to move that we accept the recommendation if it's further.
Got a mover, we're second. Thank you, Mel. Any discussion?
Yeah. So I paced it out this morning. Just to make sure in my own mind how far we're in from the door to proposed venue to stepping onto the boundary of the church side. I got roughly 40 metres.
Any further discussion? Brendan, you want to get it on?
No, I mean, look, I think that well, actually, I will. Sorry. Yeah, I think the ambiguity, yes, we can push and interpret it different ways. I think the interpretation is a lot clearer in this situation. I don't think we're on dangerous ground. I mean, if we start going around which way you're going to walk, do you sidestep someone or around a bend on the way there? Do you, a straight line between the boundaries or the doors or the entrances or whatever? I mean, we're on reasonable ground here. So.
Thank you. And with that, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? None. Motion carried. Councillors, we got there. Thanks, team. Thank you. Regional deal negotiation approach, page 116. Council papers. Sean Hill. Just before we start, you want to raise just the missing file.
Golden Coco. Just before we start, I'd just like to flag that on page 124, we've erroneously dropped out one of the options and the analysis associated with it. So I'm just going to hand it around in between option 1 and option 3. Option 1's on 123, option 3's on 124. It is the same analysis that you saw in the workshop, but it did get dropped out of the paper that was circulated.
But it's also available on page 126.
No, that's a different set of options.
Yeah, it's the first set of options.
The first set of options, the one about establishing the joint committee.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Yes. Which is a good segue into as you know, we have entered into a proposal. We collaborated with QLDC and ORC to do a proposal for a regional deal, which was submitted in February and is currently being considered by DIA and the government. In order to be ready for and what we hope is an imminent decision about who might be entering the next phase of the regional deal, this paper is about the mechanism that we will establish with those other 2 councils in order to be able to enter into a negotiation if we're invited to participate in it. So what I thought I'd just quickly do is there's quite a few different components of this paper and quite a few different resolutions with different options. I thought I'd just quickly run through what the different components are and what our recommended option is. I won't run through all the options, but obviously if you've got questions about that, we can follow that up. So the first part that we have set out in the paper is about the authorising authority. So who will be authorised to agree to what? The recommendation that we've put forward is that we'll establish a joint committee with the other 2 councils, and that that committee will operate within a set of parameters, and outside of those parameters, any decisions would come back to the full councils, and the final deal itself, if there is one, will come back to the full councils for ratification. So that's the first part. The second part is a negotiating authority, so who will be meeting with and directly negotiating with government. We're not sure what the government's approach to that would be on the other side. We've had indications, as we've discussed previously, that they would want to deal with either one person or a small group of people, and that they preferred them to be non-political because of the election being in the middle of the negotiation process. So we've put forward an option to have a combination of the chief executives with an independent negotiator or just an independent negotiator, depending on the preferences of government, recommending that that's delegated to the joint committee to decide which of those approaches to take depending on what government would want. We've proposed we've recommended a set of negotiating principles. So these are the principles within which the joint committee would be able to negotiate with government, the negotiator would be able to negotiate with government, and within which the negotiator and the joint committee would be able to make in principle agreements without needing to come back to the partner councils for approval. We've then also set out some priorities. So based on discussions with you, you wanted to be able to specify what the priorities were for Queenstown Lakes as part of those joint discussions. So we've recommended the priorities based on the packages that are in the proposal. They're listed in a priority ranking order, recognising that we think they're all high priority and preferably we'd have them all. And that those will guide discussions with the other 2 councils to agree joint priorities, and those joint priorities would guide negotiations with government. rather than direct them. And then if you agree to establish a joint committee, there's a memorandum of agreement attached for approval. And once that memorandum of agreement is approved, then the joint committee is established or appointed. Sorry, I think that's the right terminology. Now, all of this we traversed in the previous workshop with you, with the exception of, as part of establishing the joint committee, there'll be the recommendation there is that there's 2 members on the committee from each partner council. One of them is the mayor or chair, and then the other one is another nominated member from each council, and it's up to each council to determine how to nominate that second member. So we have set out a number of options in here for who that additional member could be, and recommended one. So the key element there in terms of sitting behind our recommendation, I'll just quickly highlight because we didn't talk about that in the workshop, was with the election happening in the middle of any negotiation period, which I think would be starting July, August and going through to the end of the year, having a nominated position as the other person on the joint committee means that after the election we wouldn't have to come back and have another resolution to appoint another person. The position would just carry over. Might not be the same person, but we wouldn't have to come back and get another resolution. So, oh yes, sorry. The other 2 councils considered a similar paper yesterday, and they both voted for it. So once you approve it, then the joint committee is established. If. What did I say? When? I'm very confident, that's why. If you approve it, it will be established.
Thank you. So firstly, can you just explain what the other 2 councils resolved in terms of appointing the second members?
So they each selected specified people.
Specified individuals?
Yeah.
Okay. And secondly, if I go to recommendation number 7, it says to approve negotiating principles, and then it says streamline planning, consenting, permitting, land acquisition. They're quite big things. What I'm unclear is, does the steering group or the negotiator have the delegation to make decisions or direction around applying for a consent for a gondola or a hospital, or acquiring land for the purpose of such, or do any of those things have to come back to? I mean, keeping in mind that we still have absolutely no visibility of what the route, the benefits, the business model, the land requirements of said projects are.
So what this is talking about is the proposal asks government for streamlined pathways to enable some of these things, and for specific projects. So all this negotiating principle is saying is that any streamlined pathway that was made available would apply only to the projects under the deal. Now, what that might look like as part of the deal itself. If there is anything that would be subject to usual decision-making processes by a council, they would still be subject to usual decision-making processes by a council.
So going back to, it's a pretty broad scope of what could be required under those things, but you're saying that any of them would have to come back.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting that this only applies to the negotiation phase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this isn't about the delivery and the
about the deal.
applications along the line. The intent behind this one actually is almost more of a protection. We asked for these streamlined planning, consent and permitting aspects only in relation to the transport corridor, the MG corridor.
Health and transport packages, I think it also says staging, delivery and.
Yeah, so but it's very narrowly in those areas, so it's to prevent us from finding ourselves in a position where pressure is applied on the negotiating team to actually extend these kind of processes to other areas that our council might not be comfortable with.
Yeah. And just one final question, given that both other councils have taken the approach of choosing an individual presumably in some democratic way, that any change after the election will also require a whole bunch of delegations and appointments for the new council. Is there any reason why this council couldn't appoint amongst it by a decision of itself an individual to that as the second position? No.
So yes, just to make clear, Michelle's point there though in relation, in answer to your question, we did any of those discussions about streamlined pathways or consents or any of that won't happen in this phase. That'll be part of the deal itself.
A major concern, well, I've got two concerns, but look, on the first one, just around this sub-delegation powers. So obviously we're creating this committee, which is only elected members because as we can do, we can't appoint chief executives to that committee. But then we're giving that subcommittee the power to then appoint chief executives. My understanding is that's the intent, that we will end up quite quickly with a committee of mayors and chief executives and one other member from each council.
Yes.
If they do that, so let's say we create the committee, they sub-delegate, can we undo that sub-delegation?
As to the ability.
I did raise it in the workshop, and that was my concern, but it might have got lost amongst.
I think in approving the memorandum of agreement, the memorandum of agreement specifies that the committee can delegate any or all of its responsibilities to a subcommittee made up of all the members of the committee and the partners' chief executives. So in this council approving the memorandum of agreement, you are in effect agreeing that they can do that. So
how would we pull it back if we wanted to? Okay, well, I don't think we haven't sunset clause in that. So that's an issue. Just can you explain why, given that we will be looking at the chief executives potentially negotiating, why are we so desperate? Sorry, I'm sorry if that's the wrong word because I'm making an assumption there, but why do we need the chief executives to have decision-making power on this joint committee that consists?
I think in the workshops that we had, we took away the reflection from the wider group that the CEs were actually in a strong position to help provide continuity and detailed knowledge.
So there's a difference between providing advice and having a vote. So why they're going to be in the room, they're potentially going to be the negotiators, why would you give them a vote on that joint committee?
I think the rationale is the continuity through the election period. You may disagree with that, but that is the rationale that I think that this was put forward with.
Right, given that though, there may not be continuity for us or any council, given where the contracts are at for their chief executives, so. No, yeah, so anyway.
I think I would say it's hard to, and please comment on this if it's helpful for Nikki, but it's hard to imagine what kind of decision that group would be asked to make in the negotiating process that would constitute a vote.
Well, they're listed, the decisions are listed, and there's some very big things, which is what
It's a good point. I think actually because it's by consensus as well. Yeah, the group has to agree in full. It's not a majority vote kind of situation because we have to work as a partnership. The intent there is you can't have a situation where ORC and CODC agree on one thing and push QLDC out.
So there's no voting. Okay, I didn't catch that, thank you. And look, the other question was just around at 11.1 was where the committee can, so the committee can at any time make a recommendation to change the memorandum, correct? 11.1.
The committee can recommend to you
Yes.
to vary the agreement.
But we can vary it without their recommendation. Is that correct?
We'll check that.
I'm just obviously concerned that we're giving away powers, democratic powers that we are entrusted with from the community, and we can't do that lightly. We need to understand if we can't. Well, the issue is that we need to have that, and if it's important and you think it is, then we need to have that information in front of us now. Because if we don't have it, then we give away the power to date.
Yep, so I'll just have a bit more clarity about the distinction between the joint committee and the joint subcommittee. So the resolution on page 117 talks about the authorising authority being limited delegations. Then when we go to first option one, which is one of the options, that's the chair paper you've just given us on page 123 to 24. So then directly we want to move to the subcommittee, which includes CEs, as well as the mayors and chair elected members. Then the memorandum of agreement, page 146, and talks more about that committee membership. And I guess it's referring to a joint committee, or it doesn't say that, but it only refers to the mayors and chair and elected members.
Yeah.
Not CEs. So just some clarification.
So actually, I think for the resolution should say to establish a joint subcommittee. Now, that's where it gets. So, so what you have to, so what we have talked about all the way through this process was having a group that had the CEs and the mayors on it. In order to do that, we have to establish first a joint committee and then a subcommittee. So this paper just has the various steps in it that have to get us from to a subcommittee, which is what is intended to be the operating, the group that oversees the negotiation process. So the memorandum of agreement is about the joint committee, because you can only set up a joint committee that has elected members on it. And then once that committee exists, they can create a subcommittee that has the CEs on it.
So that resolution before is correct in saying joint committee.
Yeah.
But then the options that we're going to talk about joint subcommittee.
Yes, which is why the section underneath that talks about the process to establish the subcommittee, which means you have to start with the joint committee. So this is where there's a lot of related parts that make this a complicated paper, and I apologise for that. But to establish a subcommittee, there's a process. The first step in the process is to establish the joint committee.
Yeah, but the option one that's given as the step of the joint committee, those options actually relate to a joint subcommittee with the CEs involved. We haven't been given a list of options that just relate to the joint committee.
No, the options explore the pros and cons of the joint subcommittee. Yeah.
So
which are the same.
Option one, is approve option one. There isn't an option one that purely relates to a joint committee only.
So it would mean changing the.
No, it's correct the way it's written, because if you read, a joint subcommittee is established by the three partner councils, but you need a joint committee, and you're empowering a joint committee.
I see what you're saying though. The options themselves that go with point 4 talk about the subcommittee. So I think you could probably make the resolution option 1, namely establish a joint subcommittee. But in order to do that, you have to do the other things.
So it's correct as it stands.
It's correct.
As it stands.
But it's not, because we haven't got an option one to approve the joint committee. We've only got a list of options that form joint subcommittees.
You need to establish a joint committee before a sub.
Yes, which is what.
At this table is to approve a joint committee.
If you didn't want to approve the joint subcommittee, you have to change the memorandum, is that correct? To remove the sub-delegation talents. If you didn't want to create a subcommittee, if you wanted elected members.
Hang on, you pledges vote.
Is it cleaner, Penny, if you take out before, if you just simply approve the establishment of a joint committee, as opposed to referencing the option, just for the purposes of the resolution?
No, you're having a second resolution that relates to option 1.
Yeah.
That's what
I think what Glenn's saying is you can't decide on a subcommittee.
No.
Yeah, so just take out the option reference to, because you're quite right.
I agree with what you're saying. Yeah, we're just establishing a joint committee, and then it's up to the joint committee to establish the subcommittee and choose those options.
Sorry, you're moving point 4.
We'll get to it once discussion starts.
You just explain though, in summary, what you just said.
What I'm suggesting is that point 4 will now read, approve the establishment of a joint committee with limited delegations.
Yes.
File?
We do. The, just to say the other councillors all agree, do they, have any indication of, they play around with the priority list, or are they happy with that priority list?
Neither of the other councils requested to discuss any priorities, so it wasn't discussed. It wasn't presented to them.
So obviously the MOA was supported by the other two councillors.
Yes.
Thank you.
As for the negotiations.
Yes.
Mel,
Can you just talk to a little bit about so this is under the establishing the joint committee, point number 14. The different options under that, I understand the reason that why option 1 has been put forward, but looking at option 4, if we were to appoint a person rather than a position, what it would look like after the election. So let me give you 2 possibilities. We appoint someone and they are re-elected, then we don't have to do anything.
So we're talking about how we nominate the second member for the joint committee?
Yes, so say we go for option 4, which is what I would be leaning towards. After the election, if we appoint someone and they're re-elected, you don't need to bring a paper back, right? Because that person has been appointed.
Yes,
Okay,
that's correct.
so if we did go that route and we appointed someone that wasn't re-elected, can we just request a paper at our first meeting to re-elect somebody?
I think that's what we would have to do, because
Okay, so
if we go into the
anyway,
negotiation phase, we'll be in the middle of the negotiations at that point, so we'd have to do it immediately.
Because looking at it, and this is my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I wasn't here at the beginning of the last term, is when you finish your term, you're no longer the chair of the thing, and there would be a gap anyway until someone was
We're asking that this one extends beyond the election period. So that it's specific.
I think she's talking about the Planning Strategy Committee Chair, Deputy Mayor and Infrastructure Committee Chair will have to be reappointed after the election.
Yes.
So there was a gap.
So there would technically be a gap anyway, so.
I think this term didn't happen until December at least.
Yeah, so kind of what I'm saying is actually I think it would be cleaner to go with option 4, appoint someone, and then if needed, might not be needed because they might be re-elected anyway, and it might be smooth sailing. And then can I just ask a question, because this is my question in the workshop too, and I see that has changed to consensus, but can you just explain what consensus means versus majority? Because then it does say the chair doesn't have casting vote, but you don't really have casting vote in consensus because everyone has to agree. Is that my understanding?
Correct. Everyone has to agree, but we added that in just for clarity because you raised that at the workshop. Yeah.
Thanks.
So the quorum is to have half of the members, and it has to represent one from each of the partner councils. And if something has to be voted on, it can be voted on with only those 3 members, but they have to agree. Not voting, they have to agree. If there's a decision,
it's got to be everyone's got to agree before you move forward.
Yes, because it's a partnership, so we can't have 2 of the partners agreeing to something and the 3rd one not. Otherwise, it's not a partnership.
Sorry.
clarification, quorum is 1 member from each partner council.
So we just need it 50%.
Right.
Is the quorum 50%?
Yes.
No, but there's caveats on the 50%.
Yeah, I
Okay.
get that. I understand that. I just think it's quite low.
Matt?
Thank you. Just sort of looking ahead a little bit here. If a member of the joint committee is incapacitated for any reason, is the council allowed to co-opt another member?
I think practically, yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Because you appoint the other member, so you would be able to appoint a replacement member.
And then any thoughts around with the MOA would allow for the joint committee to choose an independent chair. It's not an attractive position, but is that an option?
That's not part of how it's been established at the moment. That's not how it's positioned. So no.
Thank you.
Michelle, you mentioned the sunset clause. Can you just speak?
But effectively there is a sort of timeline that operates, so I think, what, 18 months? There is a. When it's effectively the group ceases to exist when the deal is negotiated and done, or if not, then just by a certain
I
date.
think it's 18 months.
I think it's 18 months, so that effectively it can't just run for 3 years because government dragged their heels. It actually has a really finite period that we want to see negotiation.
I think it was raised by Nikki maybe at the workshop. Yeah.
Well, I'll move 1 through to 15. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Barry. Discussion?
We propose
I think we need to
amendments to.
talk about just discussing an amendment to address some of the issues on, given that we don't understand the powers that we are losing with this delegation.
I'll just point out. Are you putting in an amendment?
Well, look, it's difficult and it would be helpful.
Have you
Because
got
this is
some
really,
discussion?
this is, we have to be able to think on our feet, right? So you have to give us time to work through this and it's an important thing. It's a regional.
What do you think?
So,
Okay.
Well, I would like to move an amendment to number 14 to adopt option 4, which is for the councillors to choose the second appointee to the regional tool committee.
Seconder, discussion?
Well, only that I think some of the disadvantages aren't relevant in all cases. And one of them was that someone would need to get up to speed with the spatial plan. And in my case, and I would put my name forward to be an option there that I was on the spatial plan, so I'm up to speed with it as a commissioner. And the same with I have taken a role in other strategic issues for council, so they don't, all those disadvantages don't apply. But my point isn't so much who it is, but that it's the choice of the council as to.
I think the difficulty staff had.
Hang on, I'm sorry. No, and Nikki.
yeah, look, I agree. I think over time the constitution of the council is going to change. I think what's really important is a couple of things. One, that we make sure that it's representatives. The 2 people that are sitting on there need to be as representative as possible of the majority of the opinions around the council table. We don't want to, because I guess the committee needs the trust of the full council, and to get that you need to have people that you identify with on there. And I guess the other thing is that there are negotiating principles and there are some skill sets in there, I think, that need to be reflected in the people that you put on there. So I think there's a decision of the council around who is the best person in terms of being representative and in terms of having the skill set. I don't think we should be wanting a position.
Yeah, I have a different point of view. I think if you're going to do that, then we've got to put our CVs in, and this process is going to take some time. The planning and strategy chair, this comes under planning and strategy, policy and strategy, whatever. Michelle and the team report for the planning and strategy committee. Yeah, I understand the point that either way you may have to look at someone else. And I'm not just saying this because I'm chair of planning and strategy. I'm just saying it's a process that we go through. Yeah, we could all argue about experience, and I can tell you a lot about my experience in my 23 years in the Navy negotiating with government departments, etc., etc. So what I'm saying is that this is what you're going to get for everyone around the table. So yeah, we could do that, but I think it's tidier to go with the planning and strategy chair position rather than have a significant debate about individual preferences.
Yeah, I would support option 4 because I think we need person over position, not to take away from anyone else, but to give myself as an example, I was invited to be chair of the planning strategy, and I turn it down because I would be incompetent. And so we could get somebody that is incompetent. I'm just saying, it's a possibility. Okay, so I think it's really important that we know who we're choosing. It's somebody who is a good negotiator, a good representative, and understands planning well, which I'm sure you do. It's not against you.
Thank you. I suppose when I look at the whole overview, my driver is to not over burden ourselves with more process and time and rules when we need agility and flexibility to deliver. And I'm still not clear around what the process of option 4 would entail around timeline to bring that back to a council to make a decision whether, or even what it does now. If we go with option 4, does that mean we have to call another extraordinary meeting to do this? What does that do around pending discussions and negotiations? And because I do see the alignment with the planning piece and the desire to keep things moving, and the fact that it is a position basis rather than a person basis. And I feel like we're a little bit crystal ball gazing around the whole thing because we don't know whether the person's going to remain, or the person in the position's going to remain, or the mayor's going to remain, or any of those positions are going to remain. So it is a hard one. I've gone backwards and forwards between option 1 and option 4. I hear my colleagues' desires around option 4. I don't necessarily know that choosing option 4 gives us certainty in that space, and therefore my decision making is around keeping the process moving and as simple and as clear as possible. A bit like when we wanted everything to come back to us a few months ago. I'm just cautious of putting more time delays when we might have to go in there, and also feeling that it's an 18-month, it's limited to the negotiation. It's not about actually doing the deal. It's ring fenced. I'm comfortable with option 1 to keep things moving.
I also think option 4 is a better option. My reasons for thinking that is, I know what you said about the time taken to appoint someone. There's also time taken to appoint a new chair. In a new term, we don't know who that chair could end up being. I've got no problem with the person who would end up being that person under that role, but I think they should be appointed by name, not by position. I think it gives us a lot more flexibility. What's the person in there that we think is right for the job at this point in time, but also gives us flexibility to manoeuvre with whatever the outcome is after October.
Yeah, no, sorry, well, I'll go to Mel and pretty much go through.
Yeah, I am very pro option 4, hence seeking it, and if I would have moved the amendment as well. I think that by approving option 4 in place of option 1, it continues to give council the choice of who that person is, whether we get to choose it now, and if it has to change, we get to choose it. If we go with option 1, then the choice of the chair is just down to one person, and that decision is taken away from the council. I agree with Gavin. I don't actually have a problem with who is currently the chair of planning, that potentially is the right person. I just agree with Lisa, and it would take more time. I think we don't need to do CVs. I think there's only a couple of people that actually are options here, and we can make that decision today. We don't need to muck around on it. I think there's enough information there, but I will be going for option 4. I think that is the right decision, and I actually think it makes it cleaner post-election, and we can actually do it quicker than appointing a chair as well.
Oh, look, I think most of it's been said, but as I said, my purpose here isn't to push my own vote other than to put it in the hands, but put the power back in the hands of the councillors to choose who they want as the second person. So,
Okay. I'll move an amendment to the amendment that we choose if option 4 is chosen, that the councillor on the committee is Lyle Cox. Seconded. Thank you, Kevin.
So what are we voting on?
Now you're voting on Lyle Cox. If the amendment passes, Lyle Cox is the member of that committee. So
if you vote it down, it reverts back to my recommendation, and then someone can vote different.
we just goes back.
I'm happy to jump in. We discussion?
Yeah, discussion now.
Yeah. Look, for me, like I said before, I think the people that we have on there need to be representative of sort of the general views of the council. And you're right, personally, but we diverge significantly on a number of issues. There's a principle in there around upholding te tiriti. You know, there's one of the negotiating principles, and I'm just aware of how you voted on the treaty principles. So for me, well, look, we're being honest about how we feel, right? I mean, look, if I was picking someone to sit on that, being serious, because this is serious. If I was putting somebody on that committee, so that, you know, if we've got the mayor and we've got another person and they're to represent, but also have the skills to do the job, I would pick Quentin. And look, I want to have faith in the committee. I want to have faith that they know when to come back and tell me what needs to be said. This is all going to be happening potentially in publicly excluded meetings. So, you know, I do have some issues because I don't think of the two people that are put forward, anybody there sort of represents my general position on things, or I could genuinely trust to come back and tell me the things I thought I need to know. So it's just being honest. And I think we should
probably best to step here that we haven't actually called for any other interested parties either.
I'd like to talk. So I'm talking to the amendment of the amendment.
Yep.
Yes. Given that we have had someone else that has raised their hand of interest, I do think that we should go back to those that have either raised interest or have been nominated, and we should hear from both of them before making a decision. So I don't support the amendment of the amendment, but I do support the original amendment.
All good.
It's quite today. It's nice to get the oxygen. I think Lyle's great. Kindred spirits. He brings a huge amount of expertise in charisma and skill set. I have total faith that I'm moving forward in it. My biggest worry around debating this was around the election and whether or not there was any changes. But I have full support for you, Lyle. You're doing an awesome job. So throw that in.
Further discussion? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Sorry,
say aye. Voting on Lyle.
Point of clarification.
Lyle being
option 4, but with councillor.
If option 4 passes, it's Lyle. Okay.
You vote him on to Love Island, or what are we doing?
Yes. On the committee, yeah. Love Island, if you want to call it.
And then if it's not supported, then it goes
just
back.
removing them.
Just to clarify then, so then if it's not supported, it goes back to option 4, but another name is put forward.
No,
then everyone's back in the room.
back in the same room.
Okay.
So all those in favour say aye. Aye.
1, 2, 3.
3,
Oh God, I need
4,
to check the photo.
8. All those against? 4. Yep, 8, 4. So amendment to the amendment is passed. Now we're moving to the original amendment of Councillor Smith and Councillor White. Sorry, I'm trying to process that, and that is about option 4 to 14, which we've already discussed. So are we accepting option 4 instead of option 1 when it comes to choosing the second person, the elected member on the committee?
But option 4 now is changed.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
in the future, it will be relevant. So
Yes.
Okay.
It's the same person, but the process.
yeah, but he's named instead of position.
Yeah.
Right, we got there. So all those in favour say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those against? None. Motion carried. Amendment carried. Now we're back to the substantive motion.
And I would like to,
Do we need to formally amend item 4 then?
It's already been done with that vote.
Item 4.
Yeah.
Where we change, we remove the wording relating to option 1 for the joint committee.
No, we did that before we moved it. So that's all right. Yeah. Okay.
right, I've got an amendment. Here we go. So obviously, I don't know if I have seconded yet. But I spoke to it earlier, which was around my concern about the ability to. Well, look, just give me a chance because the person has to understand what it is if they decide to second it or not. So it's just a. So look, I'll put it. So it's the amendment is to point 15 of the recommendation, which is the approval of the MOA. Right, and I intended to add to that, so not approve it, leave what's there, but I would add, this approval is subject to the removal of clause 7.7, which empowers joint committee to establish a subcommittee and delegate its powers.
Do we have a seconder? No seconder? Amendment.
This one.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Any further discussion?
On the substantive motion?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. And I'd just like to make a request that you take point 15, I think it was, that last point separately.
Okay.
Thank you. So look, I'll just explain that again. Like I asked some questions at the start around that sub-delegation. So we're setting up a committee. We're not allowed to put chief executives onto that committee, but we can somehow, that subcommittee can then give the chief executives power within the committee. And I think that's a problem because I think, look, there are so many things that we're doing at the moment, this included, which limit democracy, essentially. We're giving away powers to small groups of people or potentially to CCOs in the upcoming would have done well decision. So look, I'm just concerned about where this leaves the whole, and where therefore this leaves the power of the community. I think we have to be really careful when we delegate power. And look, I would have no issue with this if we were delegating to a joint committee of, say, 3 elected members from each council, because then you would ensure that everyone's views are represented. But I think what we're left with is something that's not representative. 2 people from each council. That's tough. And then if they're then creating a joint subcommittee that includes the chief executives, who often have close working relationships with their mayors, and that's necessary. And so that then factors into how things move forward. I just think knowing that we have still had questions around whether we could undo that subcommittee if we decided that it wasn't functioning well, because it's now at arm's length through a joint committee. We just don't understand, I guess, the extent to which we're giving away democratic power and our ability to claim it back if we need to. And given that there are questions raised, I just don't see how we can approve that ability of that committee, joint committee, to sub-delegate and create that new committee with chief executive for their voting power. So that's why I won't be approving point 15.
I remember trying to have a Zoom meeting with about 48 other people because we were doing it with all of the councillors together and it was a mess, and there's absolutely a very good reason why we should make it smaller. I think the problems that we suffer are well known and they've been around a long time. It's amazing to see such leadership from our staff in this space, and hopefully it all means something at the end of the day, because I think our district is tired of suffering with the same problems and not being empowered enough to help resolve them. So it offers a sentiment of hope, and I think it's been a really nice change of pace to be open-minded and to have some of these blue sky thoughts. So I just wanted to make that point that I how much I appreciate the work that's gone into it, the optimism and excitement. There is a lot of care and attention to every detail with this, but I have some excitement for moving forward with the courage that we won't know everything, but that we will be doing the best we can to address the real problems in our community.
Thank you to all the staff that have worked on this. I appreciate the fact that this is moving at a crazy pace, and you're doing your best to keep up. I just want to also acknowledge QLDC and ORC, who have actually voted to partner with us as well, and it makes us a much bigger region than just Queenstown Lakes District. This is a regional deal, and they've put faith in us as well. We will need to bring our negotiation skills to the table, and to those that will be sitting in that joint committee, I wish you all the best, and go forth and prosper.
Yeah, thank you. Reflecting Matt's comments a little bit too, I just wanted to take the time to thank Kenny and Michelle and team for the proposal that you've actually put together to try and get us into the negotiating conversation. And I actually hear my colleagues' feedback around the option we've taken around naming an individual. And I actually like that that puts us on an equal footing with our partner councils, that everybody's approached it in the same way with a named individual, because that to me indicates that we're probably all facing similar responses post-election to keep the committee work flowing as quickly as possible. So thanks to our partners, thanks to our team, and thanks to councillors for consideration of probably our biggest piece of work that might actually be able to move some levers for our community as we all came in to this term wanting to do. So fingers crossed that it keeps us talking about a deal. Thanks you guys.
Okay, Easter on it too.
Thank you. So I think for me, the members of the joint subcommittee are so privileged, and I think we need to recognise this. Like, it's a really privileged position to be in. They're going to be holding a lot of influence, power, and they are going to be acting as stewards for our region. This is particularly important if we are naming who they are, as we have done. We're putting a lot of trust in them. The regional deal and fast tracking to me is something that I guess my sentiment and my politics does not lean towards either of those things. They remove safeguards, they remove social, cultural and environmental safeguards. Yes, there's blue sky thinking, yes, we do need to do things differently, but the framework and mechanisms that we're doing it mean that we have to put trust in those that lead us there. So I guess all I can say is that we need to we hope and we trust that these people are going to be doing that stewardship and looking after our region as much as possible, because now that the safeguards have been removed through our legislation, it's a really challenging position for our community. It can go either way, and we don't know which way it's going to go. So
yeah. So see, the joint committee has the ability to appoint the joint subcommittee. Although these options we've talked about, we've taken them out as they relate to the joint committee. The option that's recommended will now apply to that joint committee is that the subcommittee has some delegation. The final part of that delegation says that the council retains responsibility to agree the deal components outside the negotiating and to ratify the final deal. So my understanding and all the discussions we've had is that that will be the way that this is dealt with. The joint subcommittee will come up with their negotiation. It will come back to this council, to a council, maybe not this one, to ratify the final form of the deal. So I'm taking satisfaction. That's how it play out. Thanks.
Thank you. Just through the chair, I've got some words down, and it certainly just reflects and mirrors some of the comments that we've already heard from councillors, but I'll just repeat what I've got down here. Thank you very much for the work that's gone in. This has moved at a frenetic pace, which has brought its challenges for staff and for us around the table. But I am comfortable with the dialogue that's been held between councillors and staff, the work that's been done, and at the pace, obviously at the pace that it's moved. Once again, I'll just point to the community in past consultation have asked us to look at other ways to partner up and try and break the cycle that we tend to be on. So for me, we have to stay the course. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for taking the feedback provided in the workshop and incorporating it into the agreements. There's a few of those, so thank you for that. And yes, this feels like another step, quite a long journey that is actually just the beginning, but I'm excited to see where it takes us and what happens.
Rebecca Berry is it? Oh, sorry, so did it second or something? Yes. Okay, I'll just have a quick comment then. Yeah, look, I mean, obviously I didn't support the regional deal previously. The reasons I didn't support it previously still stand is I think that the rigor around the major projects and, you know, whether they stack up, we still haven't, to this day, we still haven't seen anything. And I know there's a process that we'll go through to work through it, but we're now handing over a whole bunch of power or authority to you know, once again, without that information available to us, which is really tough. But you know, that's the direction this council's chosen, it's the direction this government's given us around the regional deals, and it's an ongoing you know, along with the Three Waters direction and everything, is we're slowly pulling all the pieces out of local government, and there's not going to be a hell of a lot left. So anyway, I'll let it up. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
Sure.
Oh yeah, I just want to make comment that I'm strongly in support of this. As I said earlier, we keep doing the same thing, you get the same outcome, and I think this deal, if we get it over the line with the government, this does provide us with a different way of approaching getting services for our community, reducing the burden, the rate burden on our community. If we can get this momentum going through this regional deal. This is a magnificent area of the world. I've been here for 30 years, passionate about it, and had involvement in a lot of the developments happening. So having an opportunity like this put on the table with us from the government and getting the support from the ORC and the QLDC, I think is significant, and that's what we need to go forward. And so I'm an optimist. I think it's a great opportunity for us to grab. So yes, strongly in support of it, and thank everyone that's got it to this point.
Thanks, Jim. I'd like to reinforce a lot of comments there, but also make the point that, you know, it's new territory, and it's been a fairly rapid learning curve. It's impossible to get all the answers. We don't have an invitation to the table yet. So it's, once again, it's all unknown, and I think we've got to go forward on a good faith basis. I'm sure, I'm confident that there will be ample opportunity for plenty of democratic decisions to be made as the process develops, and we're lucky enough to be part of it.
All right, look forward to that. Thank you, team. I know you've burnt the midnight oil on this one. No, Penny certainly has. But look, if we have, if the government does decide to choose us, I think this is a huge opportunity for this district. As many of you said, it will allow us to have a possibility of breaking shackles that have held us back and give us an opportunity to actually pursue some of those long-standing things we've wanted to get hold of. But in a long and far-reaching partnership with central government, discussions with both sides of the house
agreed that whatever construct it does come, but there's a review of both sides of the house that they will honour them. So hopefully, if we're lucky enough, this can be long and enduring. So with that, I do note Councillor Lanning wants to split it from 1 to 14 with 15 separate. So I'll do 1 to 14 now. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 15. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, so motion carried on vote. Well done. Next thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute adjournment before freedom camping.
Draft freedom camping bylaw. Item. Well, that's depending on how you want to number that. Yeah,
Right. Just by way of opening, so I'd like to thank you all, joined by Luke, Carrie and Marie, plus a number of other members of the wider team involved in this program. Today's purpose is for us to work through the report in front of you to seek your approval to have the wider conversation with our community. A couple of points just to pick up on. Informing today's paper, staff have taken on board council's directions from previous workshops. Also the request to include the full reporting that's informed today's paper, which you've got in front of you. We appreciate councillors have taken time in the last 24 to 48 hours to give us feedback about some of the mapping aspects. We'll touch on that as part of the overview before we hand back to the chair. We would also like to acknowledge that informing this paper alongside yourselves has clearly been the requirement set out in the Act. Also feedback and part of the direction associated with last year's judicial review and High Court decision, and the requirement to review and include a range of other key factors that have been included into today's report. Just before I hand over to Carrie to make a couple of points, we've also had to look at how we weave together this draft bylaw to form a meaningful engagement program with our community. And we appreciate that. It certainly has not been always easy. And it is part of the next part of the program to take out and have that conversation.
Through you, Chair, just to carry on from Ken, and I'll go into a few points in relation to the draft bylaw specifically. We know this is a complex task for any council, QLDC especially so, because of the popularity of freedom camping and the tensions that raises with our communities. Noting recommendation 10 in the paper highlights this, that a bylaw is part of the wider responsible camping strategy. It's part of the jigsaw puzzle. It's not the only piece. So it's really important to keep that in context in this discussion. After today's session, the most updated layer of maps will be shared with you, and we welcome any further input on that. You'll be aware that we're navigating a transition between many complex GIS layers and something that has a really user-friendly interface for the community, and we're getting to that point. Consultation with the community will allow feedback that may inform further changes, and that's part of the bylaw process, as part of the bylaw process. So with the bylaw specifically, what you have in front of you proposes 14 sites for restricted freedom camping in the district. That's the part of the act that we love, that restricted doesn't mean restricted. It means that freedom camping is allowed with specific conditions. And it's in order to protect the three aspects under which councils may make a bylaw. So it's not intended in the maps that you see in the draft bylaw that specific allocated car parks are identified. This would be done through signage as an outcome of the adoption of a bylaw. This doesn't mean that the entire car park or each area would be allocated to freedom camping. A specific number of parks would be individually signed, and camping outside of those would not be permitted. As you're aware, staff are also seeking to add an area to the draft bylaw. So I have the map here today. Thank you. The car park at the end of Allenby Place in Wanaka, adjacent to Mount Iron, was understood to have been reserved land when the draft bylaw was initially made, and it was excluded from the draft bylaw that went out with the agenda. We've gotten information subsequently that it is not reserved land. It is council owned and managed, but not a reserve. It was appropriately assessed as being okay for freedom camping. Staff view that it should be considered in the draft bylaw for consultation with the community to be consistent. So this means that there's a correction to the report. There is 43, not 38 car parks in the Upper Clutha, and this equates to 158 across the district. The addition to that is the 50 at Luggett Red Bridge that are administered under the Reserves Act outside of a freedom camping bylaw. The only other additional point I'd like to make is
around rural roads. They've been identified as appropriate for freedom camping. This is based largely on district plan zones as between urban and rural designations. It's really important to point out that there's conditions here around the distance from the road corridor that a vehicle may be, 5 meters, and ensuring that other users of a lay-by, because that's what we're talking when we're talking 5 meters, must be able to access and use the area. Just close off by highlighting the importance of consulting on a draft bylaw. And through that process, we need to gather feedback that may inform changes.
Thank you, Chair. Questions, councillors? Lisa, now, thank you. All right.
Thank you. I do know in the beginning of the policy that it talks about freedom camping being applicable to tents and self-contained vehicles. Is there any way that we've given consideration to tent sites, or are they all self-contained vehicles?
Chair, no, there's no, the bylaw, the draft bylaw requires self-contained vehicles only, so we haven't got any areas that provide for self.
This was certainly only self-contained. And the sorry, yes, I'm assuming that when it says that you can stay 2 nights, they would have to vacate during the day so go away, and then if you're lucky enough to get a space the second night, you could back up there. And also, can you answer why there's variation in the leaving times? I see this sort of 7, some and 8 at others. How did you make a determination as to what was going to be applied?
Chair, so we had some discussion with other staff throughout the council to understand what the various pressures were on those specific car parks. For example, at the centres Wonka in Queenstown, we wanted to align the opening hours. We understood that have capacity to pay for the use of facilities here. So now before closing an hour at the other side as well, in terms of the opening hours of those centres. So in the other areas, we put some thought to, sort of, for example, that use vacancies or during work hours, those sort of considerations that we have in those hours.
I have lots of questions about the maps, but I'm probably just keen to get it out of consultations with the community.
All right, so I'm trying to get my head around this. So the parks are there, they can only park certain times. So you can get an infringement by freedom camping in a place that you're not allowed. You can get an infringement by overstaying your welcome in that or the time frame. How are those infringements? Does it have to be an enforcement officer, or will people be able to snap, send and solve with all the details and get an infringement? Because I just think the potential for the number of infringements is high, and I guess if we had confidence that actually, and I give an example of the community of Gibson, there's 2 spaces there, and like that could easily be abused, but the likelihood of getting an infringement officer out there might be a lot harder. But if the community were able to
Okay, now we'll just concentrate on, does it have to be an infringement officer or can it be?
It would need to be a warranted enforcement officer that would need to approve or review that infringement report.
So they would have to see it physically, or they would just have to review the information that someone from the public provided?
We would need to probably discuss that in an operational kind of situation. If you take CCTV, for example, an officer can review that footage, which means they don't need to be on site. Whether we would want to go down a path of public setting those in, because there could be falsified photos sent through, which could be tricky to manage. So in essence, a review, yes. How that works operationally is a little bit trickier to manage. So we probably wouldn't want the community just letting it in, but We have used in the past, in the likes of Glenorchy, and how we use it now, is volunteers, that are trained up, that understand.
Okay, so you could have a community volunteer.
Correct, and
person.
things like that could be an option.
Okay.
And still reviewed by a warrant officer.
Yes, I haven't finished. Parking time, and the infringements, that can be parking over time if they waste as well, like we can infringe them for the waste because that's one of the conditions. Also, it says fires not outside of the vehicle. Does that mean people can light fires in their vehicle?
Some camper vans do have stoves, and so that's, I suppose that's from that institution, but it doesn't.
We could make that a little bit clearer that it was like in a purpose-built fire thing rather than just lighting fires in the vehicle, or that's just.
a set fire to my vehicle.
The definition of open fires is quite clear, so cooker isn't an open fire, so they should be able to clarify.
Hang on, just let Mel ask the questions and the officers answer.
Could we make that clear? Or maybe we don't need, or you think I'm just
So-
being over. I mean, we just got into semantics about some policies today where I feel like we got a bad outcome, so.
For you, Chair, Councillor, how about we look at that definition as you've stated, but as Councillor Smith pointed out, you get a number of for house trucks with actually fire units with them, so we can check on that, but what
Yeah, it just kind of reads that you're allowed to light a fire in your car. And then the second question, would you get an infringement if you're a non self-contained unit person who's just parking their car in? So the parks are there, but they're in ordinary car parks, and if I just leave my car overnight there, but I actually go home, would I get in trouble?
Through the chair, I think it would be dependent on the parking conditions of the car park. So.
Well, I
if
guess
you're
that's why I'm
breaching parking
asking it.
conditions
So
of the car park-
are these camper van self-contained only, or do they stay open for the public to be able to use during these periods?
So through you, Chair, a number of our reserve sites remain open outside of ours. So if you just look through the winter, we have a number of sports clubs. Some of them might go on for a bit on Saturday night, enjoying their game. Post-match, we don't restrict on those areas, but we define difference between the use of the venue to actually camping. So as you know, we've got the direct from government to look at how we manage outside of the reserves.
So I could park my car in the car park and I wouldn't get in trouble?
How long they're left it there for.
Just
and what
overnight,
purpose.
just between the hours that a
so-
freedom camper would be there?
So candidly, an example of that looks like people that buy those are common sense if they've enjoyed a clubhouse and leave their car over there on a Saturday night, come back and get it on a Sunday.
Yeah.
For the most part, that's a legitimate use that would not be infringed.
Jump over the side, can't we? I'll go Nikki first.
But I can talk about question one. So going out for consultation, and we've got a bunch of rows and things, it's really easy for people to say, no, that shouldn't be, and we can talk about it, pull it out. But what say the Motor Carers Association looked at and said, hey, based on your methodology, this should be in, and we went, oh, actually, we agree. How would we then go to the rest of the community to give them a fair shot at it and say, well, could we not? Just as a friend.
We're quite confident that that situation hasn't been going to happen.
Okay.
There's a very scrutiny being done. I'm not going to, absolutely guarantee it. It's a question for, general bylaw views around the scope of taking civil process.
Yeah.
There is an opportunity, but how material it is and how much that would affect the community needs to be assessed on a case by case basis about whether or not we could.
Okay, all right, thanks. And look, the other thing is just around what the maps will look like. So obviously going through there's no names. I literally couldn't figure out where some places were. Even when I knew where it was, I couldn't figure out which street was which. And so I just want to know what it's going to look like. Like in my ideal world, it's like a GIS thing with layers, and you can go, here's the restricted use and layer them on top. And is that what we're going to get?
Pretty sure, yes, that's something that.
Okay. That's fantastic. And
To be clear, the draft, the final bylaw has to have static maps. So what you're talking about is something that will protect consultation with the community as well as Amy and Marie's team on the ground throughout the summer, being able to communicate and educate, but the actual bylaw must have static maps in it.
So when we go for consultation, my concern is we're arranging out for consultation, so people have to understand what they're submitting on. So what will go out for consultation? I presumably there's some hard maps, but for purposes of consultation, will there also be an interactive GIS? Awesome. And my last question is just around the land that's not QLDC, land that's not captured. People are going to look and go, it's prohibited in the neighbouring suburb, but there's nothing for us. And it therefore looks like we're saying it's all open. How does that work and how do we explain the private subdivision?
Yeah, so, Chair, certainly I think it's something that will have to be careful in our communication. And a good example is in Jack's Point, private roads, and in Hanlon's Farm, it's public roads, and there's both the static maps and any interactive map that we produce that would possibly be quite confusing. So I think we just need to think about how we can communicate that up front to people, because the bylaw cannot apply to private land.
Because the hearing panel is going to get a whole bunch of stuff that they're going to have to go, oh, is it relevant, is it not relevant, there'll be lots of questions to the staff and it's concerned about the amount of time and energy that gets sucked up and stuff. Right. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Firstly, look, we're aware of the importance of the bylaw and the timeline and the reasons why we're where we are. But how do we reconcile the fact that the map, we don't have a complete and accurate set of maps in front of us today to approve, but being asked to trust that they will be created or provided before it's notified? Yeah, the maps are probably the single most important part of the bylaw that we're approving in consultation today. So how do we reconcile that point?
So through you, Chair, my immediate response to that would be that the data is certainly challenging in terms of the nature of what's present in GIS in terms of the extent and scope of the road parcels, and it has been we've put a lot of effort into making sure that the maps represented are as accurate as possible. We're conscious that there is some disconnections, for example, between, but there might, I won't go into any specific examples, but what I can assure you is that on the whole, the maps that are written by law there's not materially significant difference to what the corrections that we're making in the coming days ahead of consultation. And I would also add that, we've tried to be quite clear on the fact that if it's a road not in an urban area, then it's going to be restricted. It's going to be treated as a restricted area. And if it's a road in an urban area, then it's going to be treated as a prohibited area. So I suppose when you read those, that principle applies, but as you know, I wrote a list last night and I got to 34 before without even trying, and what I considered to be anomalies in the maps, including restricted areas, which are permitted freedom camping that run up the side of steep hills, that are in places that are inaccessible or completely inappropriate. Just trying to, how do we trust that the methodology, the mapping and the methodology align when we don't have that information?
Through you, Chair, Councillor, in your point was well made in the email exchanging connection. Some of the team have actually managed to progress some of the numbers that before.
But I don't have anything else to go by.
No, you're right. So there does need to be a quality assurance process. We actually need to also inform ourselves for when we go on the 8th of July, if this paper is taken forward today. So we've actually been working on the last 24, 48 hours with GIS and ourselves, and what we put in front of you is a planning tool about how we actually ensure that we keep you well informed about the next period over the next number of days. We were actually at with that quality assurance piece.
And even if you apply the methodology, even if you you assume that a rural road, a road that's classified as a rural road, even if it's within an urban area, are you able to ground truth and check those things, or are you relying purely on the classification? Are you applying some common sense, some practicality and common sense to those outcomes?
So in terms of.
Given that
Yes.
it makes the
your
difference
point-
between they're prohibited or restricted.
Correct. And your point's well made. So that ground truthing, as Luke's touched on earlier, we've also been working with our own team. So not strictly just on the TNT report that you've received, but also about making sure we're applying that to the actual, what are we experiencing on those sites?
And you made the point before that a number of the sites in the Wakatipu are on the Kingston side and NZTA owned. So how did you go about determining that that NZTA land was included, but there are many other examples where NZTA land wasn't, or Department of Conservation land wasn't?
Through you, Chair, at the outset of the process, when we engaged with NCTA, 4 sites were identified mutually between NCTA and QLDC to be assessed as to whether or not they're suitable for the bylaw. And I think Marie and Amy's team can attest that those are the 4 sites where freedom camping is or has been occurring. And that's the reason those 4 sites were chosen. You'll notice in the report that 2 of them have been identified as restricted and included in the draft bylaw, and 2 of them recommended as prohibited. So they were arrived at through discussions with NCTA.
Yeah, and I'll go back in this case saying that this has been added at the last minute, and I accept that it's an unusual tenure. What if it's not reserved? What have you determined it to be?
Under the through you, Chair, under the Gazette, it's designated as a road.
Yeah,
that's not necessarily. I mean, how it is a formed car park. The Gazette notice.
Okay, and has Tonkin and Taylor undertaken a site-specific site assessment?
Yes.
Which have we been provided with that?
That's right.
Sure, I didn't come across that. But the methodology is clear that if it's a road, you're saying it's listed as road. If it's a road within an urban environment, it would otherwise be prohibited.
Through Chair, I think that's to my point that we haven't looked at the Gazette notice for every identified car park, and some of those might also be identified in the Gazette as road. What we're concerned about is whether or not a parcel of land is administered under the Reserves Act, or whether it's council managed or controlled land.
And have you also
also
considered the zoning of it, in that piece of land is zoned as informal recreation, and I suggest that that's not an intended use of informal recreation land, and that it's in fact, I'm not sure the full details. It could be argued that consent is required on informal recreation to establish a campsite.
Sorry, through you, Chair. We accept that there's ambiguity around this site, and that we differ. At a very high level, we consider that it is more appropriate to consult with the community based on the information we know about the designation of this land, rather than to omit it at this stage. It goes to the point of the scope of the state proposal. It is likely to include it based on the assessment of the designation.
Yet that it reflects with the methodology and the zoning.
So the zoning itself, there's a degree of sort of pragmatism in terms of, you know, the intent of the zone doesn't apply to that car park.
I'm sorry, you cannot say that.
If it's a car park that isn't being used for the specific purposes that the zone is set up for, and it's
So it is for access to a recreation resource. I'm sorry, you cannot.
That's ask a question.
Okay. Well, and in your site-specific assessment, how did you, given that people use that site for accessing Mount Iron, how did you determine that 8 o'clock is and walking access in the morning, early in the morning, and that it's often full? How did you determine that 8 a.m. and that access wasn't restricted by that use? Because it is.
Yeah. So this we're limiting the number of car parks that might be available in that space for freedom camping. In terms of the hours of operation, the hours that a freedom camper might need to leave by, that's something that restrictions on us if they would like to change the hours. But that's
You've got others that leave earlier than that, don't you?
I think that'd be, yes.
In their site specific, so you at very least you would reduce that to earlier, given the nature of the use of that site.
That's under the consultation, really, isn't it?
Well, I'm just going to say through you, and your point's well made, and as Kerry's talking, the issue and why it's late getting to the table here today is based on what we think was part of that wider assessment. What's in front of us today, and then we out as part of that wider conversation and report back to the government on the feedback. We have no doubt about how
we either pick and choose here, or we have to be objective. Now, my concern is the objectiveness of the assessment, and it stacks up. And that in the case where we have ambiguities, do we not put ourselves at risk where there's mapping ambiguities or inconsistencies in the methodology or something like that? And does that mean this needs more attention and more time, notwithstanding the reasons I fully support we need the bylaw, we need to move forward with it, but is this undercooked? Does it need more time?
Yeah, just to clarify, informal recreation zone in the TNT assessment was a considered constraint or a hard constraint. Just to clarify a point that we discussed earlier, so that there is no inconsistency about how that particular zoning applies to that land.
Except whether the zoning applies to that.
So just go back to this question about the risk.
The risk, are we undercooked?
So through you, Chair, it's the balance of both risks. Two risks. One is that if we did not bring this to the table today, we would have possibly faced the risk of why was that not actually included as part of this process.
Barry? Then I'll jump over. Sorry, go Barry.
So thanks, Chair. Freedom Camping Act 2011, Section 11, camping bylaws, it says a local authority may make bylaws. So to me, that reads, it's not a must, it's a may. Now, are we opening up a can of worms and making something totally unworkable by creating a bylaw? Or are we better to carry on managing? We didn't get a tsunami of freedom campers over the summer using the Reserves Act and parking laws. Are we better to avoid having a local bylaw and manage freedom camping the way we did last summer?
Sorry, okay. Sorry. I understand your sentiment, councillor, but that was a resolution of council that a bylaw was the correct way to address that. So staff are only, and the officers of council are only implementing a resolution of council. So I think that question should probably be directed at the elected members rather than staff. Sorry, it's just on my very thick. Got another one? Got another question? No, okay. All right.
Thank you, Chair. The TNT report recommends 10% of the total car parking spaces to be used for freedom camping. Have we applied that to this draft using the 10%?
Through you, Chair, we took the 10% and then individual site assessments were done by staff on a car park basis. Just come to the conclusion that's in the draft one.
Do you know if it's generally lower or higher than the 10% for a varies?
Through you, Chair, I think it's in the very neighborhood of 10%. Give or take, it's quite close to 10%, really, at the end of the day.
And then just looking through some of the Queenstown sites that were recommended in the 29 from TNT report, Sonoma Wharf, Sonoma Park, I should say, Stanley Street and the old high school, in particular, those three. Can you just talk us through why they weren't used as options?
I don't exactly know where in the TNT what those address, but if it's private land or if it's reserved land or if it's land that's not accessible, then it hasn't made the cut or the site specific assessment.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm thinking, say, Stanley Street, what would that be? Would that be?
Stanley Street, the car park? Yeah, I understand it's reserved land. There's two parcels of reserved land, yeah. One that you're thinking of?
It's through UG, former high school, Warren Park, is that right?
I believe so.
And there's reserved. What was, sorry, councillor, what was
It's a park, which I assume is reserved as well then, yeah. And then, peak season capacity, I know we're not providing capacity necessarily, but we've got 153 spaces in total, 110 in Wakatipu. What does that look like in terms of what you saw in the last summer, in terms of the capacity or the demand versus what we're actually going to be providing? That might be from Marie, maybe.
Excuse me. So the proportion, like we touched on this. So if you go to the BQ, right, and that's what I'm going to do, the 70-30. The 70-30 proportion of visitors, 70% go to the Wakatipu and 30% go to Wairangi. So it's roughly.
In terms of a peak day of Freedom Campus, because I know there was a few rough anecdotal counts of 80 camper vans just on one street. In terms of our provision, 110 in Wakatipu, what sort of, how close are we to meeting that demand of peak time?
To meeting the demand through the chair, to meeting the demand for Freedom Campus? Look, we don't have an answer to that question. The data, you know, the numbers potentially will be changing as we get more tourism promotion of our region. It's very hard for us to predict what that might look like in the coming season. We're not here to respond to the demands of freedom camping. We are here to provide an element to the response through the bylaw to allow for some freedom camping in the district.
Through you, Chair, I think, Councillor, that's a really important demarcation that we are not going to provide with the supply. As you've seen through the process, we are certainly a popular destination throughout the country's 6th largest district. We've experienced this summer with this audience and yourselves. We've had 2 sites that we've had to bring to this table just to treat in QEC and Park Street in terms of the overuse. So we're in no doubt we will not meet supply and demand, but what we are doing is providing for an element of what we're setting out to do in this pilot.
All good. Aaron? Yeah, a couple of things. Like, firstly, a really quick one. There was a mention in the report of $149,000 of revenue from fines. Now, I just was interested to know, is that what was received as paid, or was that just what was issued, and how much of it was received? Does anyone know?
Hi, there's a best. We roughly sit around 65% of our monthly feedback for the tickets that we issue.
So that 149,000 is what was issued. Got about 65% of it. Thank you. And I was interested in the question about tents earlier. The Freedom Camping Act specifically allows for tents. And our proposed bylaw specifically prohibits them across the whole district. Wondering, are we able to go completely against an act? Yeah, we've had advice from CNT and other, and based on our own experience of previous years, that it's important that the freedom camping does take place in a self-contained vehicle, and there is nothing to prevent us from creating a bylaw the way that we can. Question, I guess, for me relates to people who, we have a number of people who are walking through the district, and they don't necessarily have the means to arrive at a approved camping ground or accommodation provider, particularly with. And that's we're precluding them from being able to get anywhere other than on perhaps document. If they were able to be, camping,
if the act says within 200 meters of home.
So just to add to that, so I assume you are talking about campers opposite, like the Tialagoa Trail, for example, or are you talking about somebody who decides that they would like to pitch a tent in car park? Just clarify that.
Or someone who's walking the trail, that they might find themselves in the car park.
Yeah. So the freedom camping act specifies that it's not freedom camping when you're greater than 200 meters from locations accessible by a motor vehicle. So my assumption is that those people would be going outside their definition.
Each of
Again, and if you look at the self-contained.
Well, that's contained, but they don't need to be under the freedom.
Question time, we can do the discussion.
In the rural road restrictions, I mean, there's a list of restrictions here. We seem to have covered a lot of the whole district with roads that are marked with restrictions. Was there any thought given to, the Act allows for camping everywhere unless we decide, or the council decides to prohibit it or restrict it? Is there any thought given to avoiding all the areas marked as restricted and just letting them camp as the Act intended? Looking at specific areas where we want them to be restricted or prohibited, rather than just covering every rural road in the district. Because what I'm concerned about is that by having all of these roads covered as either prohibited or restricted under the bylaw, we're making a right around that monitoring also. Rather than just the intent of the freedom camping act was that everywhere would be open except the areas that specifically want to restrict. We seem to be restricting, prohibiting almost everywhere.
Through the chair, I think our intent was, yes, it would be difficult to enforce across the whole area, but there are safety concerns about those rural roads, so that allows us to put some conditions in there around the use of those laybys. It also allows us to use enforcement if there were some hotspot areas to appear in some of those rural areas. If we don't include it in the bylaw, we have no ability to enforce it.
And I haven't seen it in there, but is there a provision in the bylaw? There are some maps of prohibited areas and restricted areas. Is there a provision in the bylaw for a resolution of council to add to those within the life of the bylaw without having to do a review of the bylaw?
Through you, Chair, there's provisions in the bylaw should there be an event or a district that means that capital needs to come in this on the site, but to do it on a permanent basis would be.
Just through you, Chair, valid point you raised, Councillor, on the two parts about the rural roads and also that. When we looked at that element too, so that would be every bridge and being in mind to that, so it's got the ministerial designation around how we apply that for use. So this bylaw would not restrict if we would come back and we would use reserve in some way outside of the event, we would need to come back and see that. Approve to take that conversation forward related to a separate parcel. Outside of that, this would be a static bylaw that's include what we get feedback through the submission process and government sign off.
The reason I ask is that we're looking at a snapshot of where we see the problems. We do not things that are now, but things will change. Well, reviewed for 7 years. So, whereas we've got a similar situation with the traffic and parking bylaw, where we quite frequently the areas where we've got parking restriction. And it would be useful if we had something mechanism like that under this one, be able to add or remove areas as things change over time, over the life of the bylaw.
Very interesting. We've certainly discussed it and through the complexities of people at the centre room today. There's so many touch points across the organisation. The advice to this board is what Carrie's outlined it, but we've certainly had a conversation because the other element of what you've just covered off is also about how do you treat seasonal. And we live in a 4 season zone down here compared to the winterless north. So we've had those conversations as well, but they weren't included as part of our methodology to take that conversation forward. The other element, just to close out your thinking, which we've also had a touch point of exploring, is we're one of the highest growth areas in the country. So, areas that you're potentially looking at now as a rural road could potentially be a residential zone in 5-7 years' time. So we haven't excluded those. We appreciate there could be potential change to what we're dealing with now, but the way we look to take that forward is how it carries.
Through Chair, just an additional point on that one is that the traffic parking bylaw is made under a slightly different mechanism on land transport act. This is a little bit more nimble with allowing council to do things by resolution and sets out a framework within which to do that, but we don't have the luxury of being counted.
It's good to, thanks for explaining that. Thank you.
Yes, that.
Thank you. I guess I'm really interested in Barry's point, which is not very helpful to us at this stage, but my question would be around, and it might be something you come back to later on, is do we know what our net financial position is in terms of our cost and revenue of what this bylaw is actually costing? I don't expect an answer now. You know, we've got the design of it, we've got the consultation of it, we've got the reviewing of it, we've got the legal aspects of it, we've got the FTEs, we've got the enforcement. Like, it's just expanding, and the way that I see it is that this problem is just going to shift, and our bylaw can kind of cope. But if we don't have mechanisms, sorry, question. I asked a question.
We have a cost.
So through you, Chair, we appreciate Councillor your caveat, you don't expect staff to rip out the advocate. There's still some finance people here, but we can certainly scope that and report back. And you know, the other element to consider too is what we've just endured for the summit.
Yeah.
You know, without it, what did that look like, and the resourcing that we needed to, you know, throw it at, and even the time we'd spent in your company with specific issues, you know, so there's a whole range of ways we could look at what that cost factor is.
So maybe we'll revisit that in the discussion. But and my other question was about the reviewing mechanisms as well, which pretty much answered. But so there's no ability really to have this as a, you know, to constitute any kind of reviewing mechanisms that would make it more pragmatic that we haven't already traversed.
Councillor, we can actually come back to council on what that is, because as Kerry pointed out, that parking arrangement, it's got a different mechanism, and we can actually highlight what that looks like. But it's certainly not that mechanism yourself and Councillor Bartlett have covered off is one that we're conscious of.
Yeah.
Because we are very cognizant of what it actually looks like when you operationalise this. It's all good at this. A lot of, you know, inputs from different parties and specialists and legal and everyone else. But at some point, you turn up in this backyard with English being your second language, we need to actually articulate what does an operational outcome look like for them to enjoy it if they're doing the right thing.
Good question.
I just had a quick one, Chair. Up all the way on the list there, Lakeview car park, it's right beside a campground. Now, none of the others are, noting that, so we only expect people to park there if the campground was full, or, because if I was going running the campground, and the people camping beside me for nothing, I'll be a bit grumpy.
Through the chair, freedom camping and camping in a campground are two different things.
Okay.
We recognise that freedom campers choose to freedom camp in most cases.
Right. Thanks.
Right. So, right, okay, we have the resolution before us. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Nat. And a second, Mickey. Discussion.
Can I ask a point of clarification? Where did we get to with the maps?
Through the chair, we'll circulate the latest layer after the session.
And we'll have an opportunity to comment on them.
Consultation is scheduled to start at 8th of July.
So discussion, please.
Yeah, thanks. Just commenting on that last bit. I mean, I just think we can be really careful of the process and make sure we don't inputs where we shouldn't. So it'd be great to see them. But I was planning on going, well, it's not ready. We don't have enough information. But you guys have.
We're on discussion now.
Oh, is that not what?
Yeah,
that's what I'm doing.
Sorry, but yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to.
Do you want to?
Yeah,
say
I'm not interested in.
You don't want your right of.
Now it's
okay.
fine. Now it's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to say that you have answered the question so succinctly, and you have an answer that you, and I completely trust that you understand where we need to go with this, which is great, because I was really concerned that the maps weren't quite right. Yeah, last time we went out and our maps weren't great, because I was on the panel last time.
And there's all sorts of issues in coming back, so if we can get those spot on and get it really easy and answer all those questions about why that area isn't covered and all of that stuff before we push go, that would be great. That's what I really.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, as I sort of alluded to before, I'm just really concerned that in the absence of a complete and accurate set of maps, I'm stuck today. Because that is the most important part of this bylaw, which areas are suitable for freedom camp, which aren't, and I do not have clarity on that. And I think we have some weaknesses in methodology. I think I also have some concerns that part of the philosophy that we just discussed in the development of this was spreading the pain across the district. And we haven't done that because Arrowtown, the whole Arrowtown ward, for instance, only bears 5 parking spots for freedom camping. 5 out of 150. Even if you take away the NZTA land out of the Wakatipu, the Upper Clutha actually bears a heavier weight than per capita than the rest of the other wards. Keeping in mind that we also have Luggett, which hasn't been included in the assessment for other reasons. So, you know, we're actually, the Upper Clutha actually bears a much bigger weight. The idea of this was to spread the pain across the district, to contain and manage the sites in such a way that they, you know, that they're not they're not large proliferations. I think, as explained to the staff previously, that I think we could have done better in containing and constraining where those are on the Wanaka Recreation site, even at Beacon Point, even at other sites. I think yeah, but in the absence of the detail, I'm stuck. So thank you.
Yeah. I do struggle with the maps, so I would really like to see them because they are really hard to see and there's bits I want clarity on. I disagree with the point about the Arrowtown Carrel ward not, I understand that when you look at the table of numbers of the official parks, but if you look at the amount of rural roads that are enabled in Arrowtown Carrel, that's actually quite high. Obviously, you can by how many people park on those, but if you look at this, there's a lot of rural roads that seem to be enabled in that area, which is a bit of concern for me, but I do think that it equals out the amount of freedom camping.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just concerned that we've put a lot of focus on providing areas for people to camp free, rather than focusing on what we're allowed to do under a bylaw of restricting and prohibiting certain areas. But loads of information, evidence that we've gathered over the last summer and before that, areas where freedom camping has been an issue, where it falls within those categories that we are able to prohibit or restrict it. But just for me, in terms of trying to cover the whole district with, and it, you know, it leads to the problem of having maps that are accurate. Just try to be all things to all people and provide something that we don't actually have to provide for. Well, unless correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't think there should be any camping, and I think the maps do cover this within any urban areas. Local authorities spend decades providing camping grounds for people to camp on canyons. They do cost money. But, yeah, that's the fact of life. I'd like to stay in a hotel for free too. There's no free hotels provisions in Queenstown. And equally, I don't think there needs to be free camping provisions. And by making this focus on providing all these areas, we're enabling something that doesn't need to be enabled. And like I said before, making it difficult to monitor reports. One other thing, though, that if we are looking at providing spots at car parks, there does need to be a time that they need to be gone by, but I think it should be consistent across the whole district rather than certain times different times and different cars. It's consistent, it's easier to manage, people to understand, I guess, as well. But yeah, I'm certainly going to be interested if we improve this to have the consultation to see what feedback we get and what the hearing panel might hear where it comes to. For me, I guess there is a level of urgency that this does go out to consultation. We go through the process, we can do something.
Yeah, just through the chair, thank you. I think we all know that it's a really hot issue for our community, and I think just listening to the level of conversation and the views around the table, just how we're reacting to it, you know, which bodes, in my opinion, as to the response that we're going to get from the community around this. I didn't know what I'd written down here, whether I'd turn it into a question or a comment, so I thought I'd just let it roll over to the comment side because I don't want the staff to answer it. But it's I'm mindful of it going out for consultation. Let's get it out there. But my sarcastic comment is I'm trying to decide if this is about freedom camping or free parking at the expense of some of our residents. So let's get it out there for the community so they can have their say. Thank you.
Or I let Matt close off. Oh, sorry. No, yes. Matt was the good amendment, Matt. Yeah, do you want to? Yeah, sorry. That's right. That's right.
What was I going to say? So I think, look, I'm supportive of it going out for consultation. I love the work you've done. I just can't believe how overly complex this will become. And I think that that's the first thing that's going to come back to us through the consultation. So I do think it's worth us as a whole council kind of maybe at some point stepping back and just seeing if it's definitely the right approach. I don't know. Maybe we don't have a bylaw for another summer and we watch where the problems exist again, and I don't know. But I do think, yeah, it's great to go out for consultation, but it's massively complex, and I don't think it's going to necessarily give us the rich information that we want after consultation. But thank you for your work.
Thank you. I'll keep it short and sweet then, shall I? The maps, the devil's going to be in the details. Let's get that right. I understand the urgency. Thank you for all the hard work you guys have put in. The community wants us to do this. So let's keep pushing forward and let's get that consultation right. I'm looking forward to the feedback. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. So my mistake, just for hygiene factors, point for councillors. I've had interests from Councillor Guy, Councillor Tucker, Councillor Bartlett, and Councillor Ferguson as the reserve for. Just want to be. Did you say Ferguson? I'll put my name for Councillor Ferg, sorry.
No, I didn't even know we needed to put a name for it, so I'm interested.
Yeah, I'm interested. Yeah, but I'm concerned, sorry, I'm going to put this out, concerned with yourself and yourself because you've talked with the NZMCA or the MC behind.
Sorry, but regardless, they're a stakeholder just like any community member. What do you?
Sorry, but
bizarre.
Even during the court case, we would go to the JR. One or two of you were actually talking with the New Zealand Caravan Motorhome Association. So I'm a little bit concerned. So I've put Guy, Tucker, Bartlett, Berg down. Just before, are you happy still with that, Matt?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. You just before and.
Well, it's just I haven't done one of these for a very long time. It would be not meaning this, but just the hearing panels. There seem to be a reason why I'm not on. So
no, there's something coming up.
So, and I've done this one before, and the reason I want to be on it is that last time we had three of us, and I was meticulous. Who was my remember and going through and making sure that.
Sorry, the question I've got: are you still happy to second it?
So, even though, yeah,
okay. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? One. Good, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve. Item 7, community fund, page 222.
Sitting back on this one as well.
Yes.
Okay, just stay.
Thank you, councillors. Just here today, and we have our colleague Giovanni Stevens joining us online, so he couldn't be here in person. We're here today to present the recommendations for the community fund for 25-26 and seek approval to move forward with those recommendations. We'll take the paper as read and
Questions, councillors? Oh, finance lead, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, go for it.
Through the chair, there's excellent work being done across the district by so many, as we know, as we see constantly. But with growth comes more communities, more people, more hands being put up for assistance from this fund. So is this an area that you see that will continue to be stretched under community pressures?
through the chair, yes, I would think that as a council, and it's stated in the report, the role that we play, particularly around operational funding, very few funders provide operational funding to community organisations. So definitely what we're seeing is we would expect continued and particularly increasing pressure on the council.
And just through you, Chair, adding to Marie's points, Councillor, we've also seen the ability to access third-party funding through different trusts, reducing in some other avenues that a lot of community had previously been able to access is starting to either get restricted or just through this economic setting not available.
Thank you.
Any questions? Happy to move. Thank you, Barry. Discussion?
Well done.
Good job. Okay, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? No. Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you again. Thanks very much.
Understood that. Yeah. QLDC events policy, item 8, page 228. Oh, no.
I'm happy to do an intro. Yeah, we're just pleased to put this in front of you. It's been through a long process, a number of workshops with councillors, but also out for consultation. And I think it's really aligning, I guess, with the strategies that have happened since the last strategy was done and public expectations of what they are expecting out of events. So we realise that it's a relatively short document, but actually, I think Oscar Wilde said, sorry for writing you a long letter. I didn't have time to write a short one. So.
Good one, Pete.
We need
to
bring
in the details sometimes.
Question? Yes. Councillor.
I can make it even shorter. Why we've got appendix 1 attached to it. I don't understand what value that adds. I'm a great fan of short strategies.
Loaded question.
I know. I just don't know what it is.
Attachment A or?
Appendix 1. This appendix 1 really needed. Okay. I'll see.
Okay.
So this needed. Okay.
There you go. Nikki.
Yeah, thanks for appendix 1. Okay, I'm just looking at the next item and looking at the funding, and I may have missed something. This is a very long agenda, but in terms of deciding how the extra funding is allocated, so there's that extra bucket that I didn't know existed, and I kind of referred to it at the start of the section as sort of a budget line. There's the money that we approve, the events fund, and then there's this other community fund we apply for up to $5,000. Oh, the local communities. And that's used for events as well, obviously, because the Highlanders got some, and
yeah, it can be used for events more at a community level. So it might be a community Christmas picnic that's using one of our facilities. So rather than charging them for it, we have that.
So is there a just the strategy didn't seem to address that, how we allocate?
The future, I mean, So the strategy will be used to already quite a lot of the criteria and how we make the decisions around the funding is reflects the strategy, the policy.
Yeah.
But because the policy isn't in place, we've used the current criteria. So next year we'll be closer along that the policy with the.
So is there another document that I can ask that in the next one? So the strategy is not intended to be applied. Is it intended to be applied to the funding?
100%. Yeah.
And at local community support, there is some criteria around it. It has to be open to the public.
Yeah.
To be available, and it has to be one of our facilities. So there is criteria around how it can be used.
And you can use it for rubbish collection and
Yeah,
recycling.
the sustainability side of it.
TMP.
And I'm crossing over in between my items because I'm not sure where it sits, but I just in terms of reporting the community fund, where does that, because it doesn't sit in the event strategy that the spend of that money is reported somewhere, where would that sit?
Well, the policy doesn't deal with that sort of operational stuff, so that would sit within the guidelines.
And so there's a set of guidelines attached to this.
There will be, yeah.
Okay, sorry. All right, that would be great to see.
But that particular fund has been in existence for a very long time.
Yeah.
And it's sort of moved around at different parts of the organisation. It's currently in the budget line over here. It does have some really clear criteria as to how it's used, and it's usually an internal transfer for services we provide.
Yeah, because I just thought it was apart from us, so it'd be nice to see, because it's a large chunk of money, how that gets spent, somewhere along the line, I have to report back just to show us how it's being.
Yeah, I did a rough estimate of what we spent in the creek from June back to beginning of July, and there's about 120 different community groups applied for it. And about 40 of those were sports groups looking for support, and around about the remaining was for arts, culture and community. So quite a good chunk of our smaller sort of groups that need that little bit of
number of similar funds.
Yeah.
That one particularly though is usually it's actually addressing the internal cross charge or something. So if
We'll just stop here until we talk about the draft events policy. That's what we're here to talk about.
All the gaps in it maybe, that was what we're.
Right. Mel?
I've just got one comment and I do think maybe I should have it for now. So apologies for that. Page 232, page 3 of policy under principles, point 2. Just can't get my head around it. Work collaboratively using impartial objective decision making. I just feel like those are two different things. Those point principles, the second principle.
Yeah.
I just feel like they're two different things that if you're using, you're either using a partial objective decision.
I think we want to see all of those things happening in tandem though, or in conjunction together. We want to see people collaborating and all of them being impartial and objective in the way that they're working, even though the collaborative piece doesn't preempt them from doing those other aspects.
Lisa?
Thank you. Through the chair. My questions are around the recommended funding for years in Christmas. Oh, sorry, is that the next item? I'm ahead of myself. Okay. Sorry, I'll come back to it. And yeah, I've sort of expressed views on the events policy before, and I'm not going to revisit that today.
Only if you have a question.
Yeah, so I'm fine, thank you. I'll have my questions for the next one.
Okay. Promise? All good? Right. Latoya, do I have a mover?
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you, Nikki. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Discussion? Put to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? None. Motion carried. Sorry. Number 9, events funding. 526. Step back, thank you, very good.
So I'd just like to acknowledge the work of the panel. Now that we always get more applications than we can allocate, so it's a difficult conversation. So yeah, appreciate that. And as Jan said, I think that's one of the things that we possibly haven't highlighted previously, but the community events fund and the amount of money that goes out, the small amounts to those community groups also adds up. So I think the recommendation is that so there's usually anything over $30,000 the council makes a decision, but because the marathon has an MOU in place, then that's sort of a predetermined amount. So happy to take it as read.
Questions? Yeah, I'll just go to Lisa. I'll let Lisa. You promised questions.
Yeah, my questions are New Year's. So is the 450,000? Does that include more than red frogs? Or is that red frogs? Sorry, I'm on page 258.
That's all of the costs.
That's
everything.
Sorry?
That's everything.
It's everything, yeah. And is the split kind of half between Wanaka and Okatipu's side for New Year's, or does Wanaka cost more because we do it over more days to sort of give safety around that?
Yeah, and there's more requirements for fencing, etc. And Wanaka because we have a different layout for the site.
So what's the difference between the 450 and the 588?
The Christmas show and town decoration.
Oh, with the Christmas show as well. Okay, about it. And then, so do we look at how that's delivered? Like, I'm assuming we've got fireworks, for example. Do we look at whether drones are cheaper, or do we look at, are we still going to commit to that number of days to keep a safety factor with rhythm and Alps, or do we look at reviewing any of that or pulling it back? Where would that sit?
We do that through the chair. We do that every year with the post-event report. So we look at our costs before we look at our budgets. The whole discussion around drones versus fireworks at the moment, they don't sit in the same ballpark. That may change in future years, and certainly we're not closed to that opportunity. But we've even struggled at times to get any sponsorship around this, even for the fireworks part of it, which is quite a significant part of why people come to the lakefront.
So when we're approving those final budget recommendations, is that worked up on what will happen this year?
Yes,
Yeah.
this is.
And you would have reviewed those items already, and that would be an annual.
This is based on the budget we set in April, so that I know what we've got left over to allocate. So the top ones are what we call non-contestable because we know there's set budget items, and then we're left with the remainder, which we then go through the funding process with.
So that's it pre-allocated versus application split. And just picking up on some of the questions of other councillors around that other little fund.
Yeah.
I suppose the bit is when we get organisations that apply.
No, they cannot.
And both bits will under.
So they make a choice. So they can either come to the events fund, but they cannot come to both. Because it's the same budget that the money is coming out of. So if you're running an event.
But they can come to our community fund.
No, not for the same event.
Oh, different event. Okay.
Yeah.
So they might be applying for an event under the event fund and maybe some operational costs under the community.
We don't do operational costs at all. So
community fund.
Through here, no, we work, and the same with the waste.
Come to both of them.
Yes, but because they're different aspects of it.
And if they're not different aspects, the coordination between Jan and Marie's team is very, very close. Always has been, to make sure that we're actually getting the most that we can get out of this budget. I mean, I think this 150k is possibly some of the hardest working money that you put into the community. We really do make it go a very long way.
Thank you.
Good. Any questions?
Very quickly, and you can take it as a comment rather than a question, or you can answer if you want, but it's more just a comment around the amount. So of the 685,972 requested, only 382,000 was for allowable costs, and I guess I'm just somewhere in the getting the message out about what we can apply for, something went wrong maybe. So I just thought I'd just look, if you've obviously voted it, and it's probably something you're doing, doesn't it, Jen?
It's like this every year.
Oh,
Yes.
Jen
Yeah.
tells people over and over and over that they
We
see.
have guidelines that sit alongside the funding application, whether people take the time to read them. I email people when I see their budgets come in. We do a lot of work even before we bring it to the panel to make sure that what they're applying for fits our criteria, but also assist them. We're not here to make it difficult, but we need to make sure we follow our guidelines.
And we added that column in this year to make it clear that sometimes what people are asking for and what is eligible is different, because sometimes it can look like we're being a bit mean, you know, but actually often it's because they've applied for stuff which is.
No, it's good to see it.
I have a mover and Quentin. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Matt. Any discussion?
Well, just a brief comment. Oh, just that, look, I agree that we stretch this money as far as we can. I think Jan and the team do a great job in collating information and presenting. The panel's job has got easier every year in working out. And I just wanted to speak to the Christmas stuff, you know, that they engage quite closely with the community board and myself and others who have a particular interest around what is the right movement around how, you know, whether we push or pull the operations of particularly the Wanaka stuff, but also Queenstown. So I'm confident there's very high level of engagement around what's right there and finding the right balance, and that it is a balance. It's a very fine balance. And just speaking to the community events fund is that, yeah, equally I have absolute confidence that the things that they're funding are stretch is the right sort of stuff and stretching the money as far as possible. So.
Yeah, I'll put to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried. Welcome back to.
Thanks, guys.
Item 10, page 259, procurement plan building services. These. Right.
Okay, so today we've actually got 3 procurement reports. They are actually all different. So I just thought I'd quickly explain why they're different. And they are all panel agreements. So we've gone out to procurement and we've got multiple suppliers providing that service. So the first paper, which was the building services one, what we're doing here is we're retrospectively approving the procurement plan. So we've actually gone out to the market. We haven't appointed yet. We haven't actually opened the envelopes and look at the documents. Yeah, so we need to have that procurement plan for the level of spend to be approved. The second one is the roading maintenance procurement, which we haven't actually started yet. So this is the way the process should work. We come with you to the procurement plan. Right. The third paper is the engineering and specialised support services panel. Now, this is retrospective approval for the procurement plan, and it has been appointed, so there are people doing work on this panel. So we're looking to kind of retrospectively approve those awards before we have it. Yeah, so I'm filling in for Dave and Chris, and poor Hamish here and I are being fed to the den. Yeah. So hopefully there's not too many questions for us.
Just go through each one individually. So the
Yeah.
questions get 10. I don't have 10. Any?
Thanks. I've got one for 10, just as watched the news not so long ago, and so that people can go direct to these building inspectors. Is that correct, and does that influence?
So no, I don't think that's correct, but there is changes coming next year in terms of what you can do without building consent. And so that may or may not affect the volumes that we get through the door.
So there's no, you don't think there's any option, because I saw a company sitting there espousing their virtues and how everybody would come to them because they had this turnaround. And so is that, you definitely feel there's something.
Sorry, you're right. There is a company offering private
Yeah.
services. They haven't expressed interest that we know of contacting our.
I guess
It's Christchurch based, and it is low risk residential builds.
Yeah, I guess my thing is just when we're procuring, if we're aware of what's going on in the market, because people may shift if they're offering good timelines and so on, who knows what will happen. And we're procuring for a contract for a long period of time, but it's flexible. I didn't note that. And look, this next question relates to all of them really, or certainly the two that are retrospective. Was there something missing in the guidelines? So
No, I think because they're panels, it's quite hard to determine how much we're actually going to spend, because we don't actually know what the work is until we allocate the work.
I just wonder if we've had two that are retrospective, if there's something that we could do in the guidelines just to make it clear for people so that they have an understanding that they do need to calculate and do that for a panel, just be
Definitely
explicit.
some education been happening within. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'll deal with, well, maybe I'll deal with that under the DSSP. We can explain what happened there.
So can you just explain to me why this is coming to us retrospectively? So should have this come in an earlier meeting?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is there a reason why?
Well, we just I guess missed the threshold.
Okay.
And the nature of the proposal is it's a 3 + 1 + 1.
So
And so I don't think we calculated the last one.
Just bumped it over.
It's just bumped it over the last year. Yeah.
I think I would acknowledge that we have put an awful lot of focus on these processes, and behind these two staff is another staff member, Pamela, who is our procurement advisor and has gotten alongside reviewing all of these, and so we have front-footed the fact that we needed to bring these retrospectively, and I think it's frankly it's a good sign. And hopefully this will tidy us up going ahead.
So just follow on what you just said, so is this currently just on a 1-year extension to be renewed with another 3-year next year, or is it currently
Completely new proposal. So it's a completely fresh proposal.
right? So we're currently in a 3-year period with this new.
Just finished.
Just
Just finished.
Procuring a new one.
Right. Okay. Sorry, you said it hasn't actually been appointed yet, is it?
No.
Did you call out? Okay. And I do note on there it says 98% of the time charged is recovered, and it's only engaged on an as required basis.
Thank you, Edward. Thank you, Ryan. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Mel. Any discussion?
Right, I'm gonna jump into the discussion just because we didn't raise it in the questions and just throw it out there, but looking at the years, I think on page 263, you've got building consent numbers and the number of inspections. Just want to throw it out there. It seems like an awful lot of inspections per building consent contract. And look, there may be a reason for it, and I know you probably can't answer that. I'll address it elsewhere, but just wondering, making sure, I'm just hoping we make it sure that by the contract, there are things to track the efficiency of the process. I guess wanting to make sure that people don't get inspected more times than they need to for inefficient reasons. And I don't know if that's a thing or not, but I'll address it. Anything else?
Sure, it'll take.
Oh, hang on, no.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I
given our history of building claims, equivalent on inspections, really good. All good?
Or make a comment?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I was expecting you to make a comment, given that we both do inspections in our service.
Certainly from my experience, there's a number of set times when buildings inspections need to occur throughout the construction process. And there are a number of them, and sometimes there's also re-inspections when things aren't done to the proper standards. So I'm not surprised by the number of inspections getting consent. So yeah, And I obviously come into contact with people doing this work now and then, so the work is done. And, you know, we've had a continuous improvement over the last 20 or 30 years of how those inspections are carried out on site and recorded and to achieve the code compliance requirements of the union contract.
And with that, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? None. Motion carried. Don't run away. 11. Roading maintenance and procurement. Oh, you did run away. Then.
I've got a couple of minutes introduction to this one. I'll keep it short. The report seeks council's approval of the procurement plan for the next road maintenance contract. The current contract is due to expire in March 2027, which gives us about 10 months to develop the next contract, so that we're in the market to source a contractor around this time next year. We have a 900 kilometre long roading network and contract with our incumbent supplier Downer employs a few dozen local people who work hard every day to keep the assets maintained and safe, from planned maintenance and renewals through to emergency response. The current contract spend is 11 or 12 million annually, and we expect the new value to be similar or slightly higher. We're exploring the benefits of adding reseals into the scope through this process, and that works about 4.5 million annually. And then there's a few other minor scope items like traffic signals that we have some of now, and a small portion of minor improvements works, and that brings us to an expected value for the new contract of about 7.5 million annually. Sorry, 17.5 million. Thank you. We're recommending sticking to a traditional contract model, similar to the current one, which has proven effective. It's a hybrid model with unit rates and target cost cap, giving us ability to manage the cost, but still allows some flexibility to acknowledge innovation and change as required over the course of the term contract, like one of these. The procurement plan proposes an initial 5-year term with 2 potential 3-year extensions that would be awarded based on performance. And we've just been working on what those extensions would look like, whether it's 2 3-year extensions or 3 and 2. And we still need to gain final approval from NZTA on that. But we understand that whether it's 10 or 11 years, it's likely to be approved by them, one of those numbers. And the inclusion of reseals is proposed based on expected synergies and efficiencies that we get by including those into the maintenance contract, but that would be provisional and subject to assessment of tenders received. There's some new traffic signals, and we're proposing retaining street lighting as a separate contract, which it currently is, and the new contract is going to place a strong emphasis on good asset data management and value for money outcomes. We've engaged early with our neighbouring roading authorities to look at synergies, and we have started to undertake discussions with industry suppliers to test market appetite. And the recommendation today enables us to proceed with development of the detailed tender documentation, maintaining some momentum towards awarding a contract mid-2026. That's really important if we want to encourage suppliers to bid for the contract, giving a 6 to 9 month transition period before the work will start.
Questions, councillors? Oh, sorry.
Yes, sorry. On recommendation number 4, we'd just like to recommend request a change after on the first sentence, after the term 5 years, comma, deleting and award either of the extensions and replace that with, and subject to satisfactory supplier performance, award the extensions.
That's good.
apologies, I didn't pick that up there.
I thought that was to make it clear around the intent. Based on the points.
Okay. Vicky?
Thanks. Just looking at point 30, and you've done a section 17A assessment, which is great. Was that on like the benefits of panels, or did you actually manage to do an assessment of? Oh, sorry, this one's not a panel, so I'm getting confused between my things. Okay, that's great. Good to know. And so yeah, my question may relate to the next one. So within this one, sorry, because there are three, and I'm getting confused between the three, obviously. When you do your assessments, and this may only apply to the panel ones, but we've got obviously people, and I should have applied to this. You've got assessors, staff members who are assessing the proposals that you get back. How do you ensure, and this obviously is quite a generic question, but how do you ensure that there's not sort of staff bias creeping in, because people all work together and great staff members and that experience is valuable, but is there an independent person that sort of sits there to check and verify against?
Yeah, so for this contract, it would be an independent probity auditor appointed.
Yeah.
That's much
Perfect. Thank you.
Page 300.
Thank you.
Just one quick question. So the abouts allocated for each year are flat. Does that mean the contract allows you to flatten the rates out by having a long contract, or have they just not been inflated or allowed for, and that you're assuming they will be higher through the program?
So the typical way on maintenance contracts, because they're such long term, and we don't want them to be front loaded with high rates or risk, is that you start with a number and then cost escalation mechanism is applied. And so that escalation mechanism is part of quite a detailed aspect that will be developed, but there is currently one in place for the current contract.
So as per the standards above that, it says as a result, future budget costs may be higher than shown. We can expect that each year they will increase inflationary and whatever service level of service is changing.
And just sorry, you said again?
Yes, sorry. So they are, your first question, they are in current day dollars, and as budgets change over time, the costs change over time.
Right. And is you haven't acknowledged any level of service change to do with the more roads that we're going to have and the more demand on the roads and things over that timeline?
It's noted in there that again the mechanisms in the contract would account for that. There's a process called an asset scope adjustment that's built into the current contract.
And just one other really quick question: is there a reason why the first year and the last year aren't proportional to the cost of the year? As in they obviously one's a quarter and one's 3/4 of a year, but they're not proportional to that amount.
It was just roughly the time of year and the type of work that's going to get done there and the position within those years of expected.
There is a reason. Okay, thank you.
For example, with this type of contract, no one wants it to change at the 1st of January, for example. There are some periods.
Okay, thank you.
Just a high level area, do you have any consideration to considering joint contracts? We've got aspiring highways, we've got QLDC, we've got road maintenance, we've got road maintenance. Years ago we talked about whether we joined with QLDC on this. Has there been any consideration with that, or is just the way reason for going alone?
Good question. I think once you start to explore those discussions and depth, it's a very significant exercise to undertake. Different councils' contracts are all on different timelines. Everyone's got their own levels of service that they want and preferences. And so as a whole contract, we haven't pursued beyond some initial thinking and partnering up, but aspects of the contracts are going to remain part of where it makes sense for efficient delivery.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do I have a mover?
Yep.
I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? None. Motion carried. Thank you. Item 12.
Thank you.
So, things to share. So, this is another retrospective approval for a procurement plan. This is for our engineering special support services. So this is a panel that I've had panels in the past. This is about being efficient in terms of how we procure consultant services around, in this case, across 8 different disciplines. And so what we've done is gone through a big selection process. We've kicked that off. We've actually appointed into those panels. That means that when we get to individual projects where we need a project manager or a specialist expert, we can use the panels to then appoint from that, because we've been through that process, and then the secondary that clicks in at that time. So it's from an efficiency of business operations. We use panels quite often. I'll get Jeff to explain where we ran foul of our policy, and we'll put that back as now back as a retrospective approval. So,
look, I think that there is absolutely, to the points earlier on, there is clarity on the approval process for procurement planning. It's mandated in the policy. Panels have a uniqueness about them that the panel agreement itself does not have a dollar value. So the value comes into the subsequent contracts or secondary procurement. So our error from the team perspective was focusing on the panel agreements having a $0 value, and therefore delegated authority could sit that too late. Our procurement policy mandates the approval of procurement plans paralleling the delegations register. It's not part of the delegations register, it parallels it. And because of this value, it sits with council. So the team made an error, but for that error, it's been a very clean process. It's had a good outcome. And I guess for the key points to know as councillors, what we're doing, this retrospective approval will enable everything to just keep on running as it is today. And for noting the secondary procurement angle, when we also approve the secondary procurement rules. Yeah, so that's how we go to the secondary market.
Questions?
Yeah, just a quick, can you comment on the, we get a fair bit in the air from local contractors. I understand the panel, how it all works, but there's a lot of some of the locals, we can never get anywhere with council through the panel process, which sort of exclude. Any comment on that, or we should be responding to those people?
I think there's, everybody had an opportunity. This went to the open market. Some organisations will have been unsuccessful, and there will be a very valid reason for that. So, council is not going to lower its standards to keep some organisations busy.
I think, sorry, Mr. Chair,
You've got
there's
Pamela behind you. Sorry? You've got Pamela behind you, just chomping at the bit.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Chair. In addition to that, we are planning on some workshops for suppliers to enable them to upskill so that they familiar with their documentation, more likely to find compliant bids and understand exactly what it takes to do this to council. So that's.
So, and I assume, do some of these panel members, do they obviously subcontract at times, do they, or they provide all the services?
So these ones are professional services.
Yeah.
So in general, they're probably more likely to be self-performing the work versus a physical works panel like the last time we talked about. Just there will be subcontractors.
So just to draw attention to, I think it's paragraph 11, which lists the 8 panels that we're looking for. So they're quite specialist.
Yeah.
And there's also a balance between council making arrangements with a smaller number of consultants under each of these panels, where the panel members have a certainty of receiving work from us. So they then put a bid in for that work, and then we also judge the quality of that. And through this current round, we've actually had some change in that. So we're able to bring in some some newer consultants into that panel, and there is a fundamental relationship through these panels between council as the client and those experts. And so they've given us pricing, we know their expertise. On our part, we've tried to give them some indication that there will be work out of this. So that's why the panels don't have every supplier that might better provide service for, say, Tree Waters Design and Advisory, because it defeats them with the simple panel.
Where do we go to actually see the list of 26? Is it listed somewhere? I don't think it's in this one. 26 panel members.
No, it isn't listed.
Okay.
But we can provide that.
Okay, no, just interested.
Thanks. Look, the question that I had before was, I think, for this one, just around who the independent was on the evaluation for that one. I've got a bunch of names that doesn't actually say there's a probity.
No, so there was a probity contract that we have, and which is McHale, which is a national organisation based out of Wellington. So if anybody has concerns in the RFPs,
So I guess my question was just around the scoring of things. So in the last one, you had someone on that scoring panel who was independent, and on the
and we don't always do. They're case by case.
Okay. Second question was, has this one, because it's such much from procurement and it's potentially serious, actually not. Just wondering, has it been referred to our internal audit for consideration for the program period?
No, but we have, as you see in the recommendations, we will undertake a legal review just to make sure that the contracts that have been put in place meet delegated authority. And I guess the comfort is that it's our clear belief they do meet the delegated authority. There is one error in this, and it's the approval of the procurement plan.
Thanks. And just again, based on that, because I didn't get an answer yes or no, have you updated, or are you going to update the procurement guidelines to make sure that there's a note on panels?
As a result of this and other work that panelists doing across the board, we're looking at those current policy, looking to make, I speak for you from the start, but looking at how we make clear in terms of that policy around that framing, what's required, in terms of the whole of life costs. So that's a bit of work that's undergoing. Sorry?
In the policy or the guidelines? Or one we approve and one we don't. Yeah, but a little bit in the policy. Thank you.
We've got one movement, we've got one second. Did you get there? Sorry, so quick.
No, I didn't get
Trigger for movement. So we've got Kevin moving.
Lyle.
Lyle, yeah. All good. Discussion? Okay, put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? None. Motion carried.
Thank you.
13, CE's report.
Take it as read, and in terms of the Wanaka Golf Course Recreation Reserve, I believe you have some recommendations in terms of everything.
This one's an odd one. This one's come from the Wanaka Upper Clifford Community Board, wanting us to choose a hearings panel for an easement over the golf course. Legal have told us it has to be council that chooses the panel for quite a Wanaka specific issue. Given it's the golf course, now you, Lyle and Cody, you are members of the golf course.
Yeah.
I'm pretty keen to keep this in the Wanaka ward. So I'm now looking at Barry and Quentin, and I know, Nikki, you do live over here now, and because of like it just to be done in sorry? So those we're happy we can put those three down. Yeah, it is just a local Wanaka thing to do. It is an odd scenario. We're going to have a look at that to see. I think I've just been told. Yeah. I even no, just the three, because I even asked if we could bring in the community board members, but legal advice is no. That's an odd one, which I think we should look at later. But anyway,
Submissions.
yeah, there'll be a hearing. But yeah, so just the three there. Sorry.
You're not get sick then.
No, it's going to be held more. Although he's pretty much volunteer. It's ridiculous, but anyway. Yeah, go for it.
This one's around, and it is on 3%, so I may be, and it's just. No, I mean, it's still there, but I pushed it anyway. It's just around the infringements, for and I think that's a big one because it looks like we're about to go out and seek, things. It looks like we're about to go out and create infringements for our bylaw, and then go to the minister and get approval, but I can't see the consultation process in there, and I don't understand whether. Can you explain?
This is just the next step, having already adopted the bylaw. We now have to get the infringement regulations in front of central government, so that they're in place by summer. So it's just the next step. Actually, it is under the chief executive's delegation.
So you say the level of infringements that are in the bylaw that already are just unenforceable, and this is the process to make them enforceable, or are you creating new infringement? It's the level of the cost. So, you know, when you do something wrong, you do this wrong, this is what you get. We're gonna fine you for. Are those figures already in the bylaw?
They're in stringent, we have existing infringement fines under the 2018 bylaw. So the purpose of this exercise is that because numbers in the 2025 bylaw have made this all need to be redone.
Yeah.
So we're not proposing to change the quantum of any of the infringement offences. You will maybe troll back to March that there are some new ones to align with some of the offences. The quantum of those is in line with what is in the existing 2018 bylaw.
The community's not going to be surprised by a whole bunch of fines.
I think we just included it for awareness.
Thanks.
Good questions? Do I have a mover? Thank you, Katie. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Barry. Any discussion? None. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? None. Motion carried. We're off to now the public exclude. We move into